Good morning, friends. Good morning. Wow, that looks like they've got a poop ton of evidence there. Look at that. What is all this? Holy cow. Are you guys seeing that? Good grief. What is all that? So it's obvious to me that today is going to be a big forensics day if they have all of this stuff out. Wowzers. Let me go back up in the chat and say hi to all my people. Hey, Jaloon, good morning. Jaloon says, we will see if I can stay awake for this. Been up since 4 a.m. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're able to stay and hang out and stay awake. Do you need more coffee? I'll make you a cup of coffee. Hey, Henny. Good morning, doll. Good morning, doll. Good morning. Hey, QB. Hey, JB. All of the bees are here. Good morning. Good morning. Grab me one while you're at it, says QB on the coffee. Good morning, Nightbot. Autobots roll out. Good morning, Mickey Joe. Mickey says, hello, I'm here. Mickey, I had the funniest dream about you last night. Got a funky spot. Where you got a funky spot? Where you got a funky spot at, Vista? Let's see. Oh. Oh, yeah, QB. I bet one of them is a ceiling tile, too. I'm wondering what that long, skinny box was, though. Any ideas on the long, skinny boxes? Looked like there was a couple of them. Margaret says, "Good morning. I got my one eye open." Oh, goodness. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Mm. Oh, wait. Hey, good morning, JC. She says, "Sorry, I've not been on much. Having emotional problems about my biopsy tomorrow and about the hysterectomy they want me to have. My faith is kind of shaky right now, so you guys pray for me. Love y'all, crime family." Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And yeah, like Mickey said, I saw Mickey's comment. She said she'll be praying, giving it to Jesus right now. I'm sorry. Lots of prayers. And you know what? Um, I can tell, even just through the webosphere and the YouTubes, that you, girl, are not easily shaken. So you got this, whatever it is. Um, but I'm definitely going to keep you in my prayers. Absolutely. Um, JB says tiles and rails from ceiling. Oh, the rails. The rails from the ceiling. Like the pieces of wood or what? Um, Good morning, Ween baby. I did. I made you an IV bag too, QB. I have a whole stockpile of them. Do you need the pole too that you walk around with, you know? QB says, "Oh, good morning, Nightbot. Thanks for keeping us safe." Yes. Okay, that's the spot I was wondering about, Mickey. That's the spot I was wondering about. Rails for tiles of ceiling. Oh, man. "Ma'am," says Mickey Joe, or says QB to Mickey Joe. Ooh, wow, Margaret, 5:55 a.m. out here on the West Coast. Sheesh. Sheesh, sheesh. Oh, we got a prayer here from Mickey. "Lord, we ask that you be with JC today and bring her peace that passes all understanding. And we're believing for a good report. Rest upon her Holy Spirit and bring health and healing. In Jesus' name." Absolutely. In Jesus' name, amen. And receive it in the name of Jesus. Yes, ma'am. We just had some church this morning. We did, we did, we did. Yes, we did. Mickey says, "I know, QB, I'm the worst." Mickey is the worst. Mickey, let me tell you about this dream I had about you this last night or this morning. I don't know what time it was. I just remember waking up and dreaming this. So I dreamed, and I think it's because you told me about you taking that piece, that crocheted uh, little animal to the restaurant, right? But I had a dream that I ran into you at Walmart and you had all your little animals hanging from your shopping cart and people were just randomly stopping and buying them from you. It was the goofiest dream. Ay, 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 ay. QB says, preach. Amen. The metal rails used to hold up ceiling tiles, DNA evidence was found there. So, okay, it's the metal rails. Is it the like dark pieces that go like grid style? That's what I'm thinking. Like the dark, narrow strips that goes like vertical and horizontal that the actual tiles like lay into. Okay. Okay, I think I got you. Thank you all so much. This really means a lot to me. I don't have friends that can pray with me. Only you guys and my husband. My kids thinks I'm superwoman, so they don't care. Aw. Well, you are superwoman, but you know what? Even superwoman had times when she was afraid. So, but you do. You got this. You got this. You got this. And we're here. We're here anytime you need us. Yes, yes, yes. Nikki said, "Oh my gosh, that's such a great idea, but Walmart would call the law on me." You could say that they're your what do you call them? Your mental health, because they do make you happy. What do they call those? You guys help me in the chat. What is it I'm trying to say when you have like an animal that stays with you to keep you like calm and stuff? Yes. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Give this video a thumbs up. It really does help. Because what happens when you push the thumbs up button or even the thumbs down button, it doesn't really matter. YouTube kind of pushes it out to other people that don't know your channel exists, So it just really helps. It helps a lot. QB says, JC, I'm glad we can all be here for you. And trust me, your kids care, even if they think you're superwoman. Absolutely. Looks like the cooler is back. Ugh. Yeah, we do. We believe in the power of prayer. Jesus is our healer. Steph says, hey, friends, friendly reminder that this is an intense case covering death of a child, DV, and drug use. If any of these topics is triggering for you, please subscribe and join us for other cases. Also, cover other cases and pop-up lives. If you decide to stick it out with us, please keep in mind that some of us may relate to certain aspects of this case. Please be kind. We would like to be a safe place for people to not feel like they need to defend themselves or feel triggered by what could be perceived as attacks about a person's history. Emotional support. Yeah, that's it. Margaret says, JC, you're going to be okay. I can feel it. Yes, emotional support. That's what I was looking for. They're like a daily dose, like a dose of serotonin. Yes. Steph says, please direct negative comments at where blame lies. The only people to be judged are those directly involved. Barbecue asked me to make sure I copy and pasted my spiel for the mornings. I hope I didn't make it even more scary for you. I was just trying to prevent your experience from being like mine. But I love you and I'm wishing you so well, and it goes easy for you. My eye doctor is the one who sent me to the dermatologist. I thought that was strange. Well, I don't know. I mean, they're all up in your business. I guess it kind of makes sense if they see something that looks a little weird.
All rise for the
Uh,
jurors, please.
but they think I never be shaken because I usually walk in faith. Well, there you go. Brenda says, hey, real quick. Oh, a support animal. And in Jesus' name, amen. JC. There you go. Brenda's coming in hot. Aw, you guys are amazing. Steph, honey, don't worry about it today. I appreciate you being here and always looking out for everybody here. But look out for yourself too, girlfriend. You are medicated and you, my dear, need to rest
Please be seated.
today. Oh, I'm doing the whole shake and yawn, and like, not shake. Why did I say shake? I meant stretch. Oh, Abigail coming in here also. First thing, can I please pay for my dragon? Hmm. Margaret, I love that, but it's crazy how it's a true crime channel, right? But it is emotional support over here. It's because we have some good people in here. Good people. I don't know how long I'll be here. Still a little off, but I'm here for now. Tell Mickey Jor to let me pay for my dragon. I love you, Abby Schmabby.
Remind you that even though you did take your oath yesterday, you are still under oath today. Do you understand
Okay.
that?
I do.
All right, thank you.
So the forensic chick
We
is
left off
back
yesterday
this morning. Here we go.
at the end of the day. We had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile, and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome. If you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender.
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother because females only have two X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so, with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as part of your work?
I'm sorry, I did, yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you had a
have them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report. And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swaps?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a quick moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all 3 of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not. No. Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you from this one. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
Do you recognize the three documents they've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes. Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review. And then
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Weingel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Kayla Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the 1 in 100 sextillion, with those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Kayla Montgomery was put
into that database.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swingle. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of the things don't simply let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay.
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6.
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, well, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO5.
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm going to back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BEO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes,
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA, yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
That's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence
You guys, if you're
of
not looking at
at
the
least
screen,
one
look at the
of those
screen.
multiple 2 or more DNA.
I did that for you guys.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense, yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in?
Room temperature?
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right, so they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay. And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that goes from, could go from very, very hot, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three, oh, sorry if I look,
Sure,
the report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3, right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those three.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BE05, right?
Correct.
And it could have been male and a male?
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only 2 genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender?
Could have been.
Could have been all of mixed gender?
Correct.
Could have been 2, could have been more than 2.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than one, it usually means we think it's 2. If we think it's more than 2, we generally would write more than 2, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely 2.
Correct, because it's more than 1, and I did not write that it's more than 2.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring.
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
And nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any objection?
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from this.
Yeah, it's a no. Oh my goodness. I wonder if the next one is another criminologist. Scott Riley. I think they said Scott Riley.
Yeah, sorry. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. You might have a seat. Good morning.
To push that.
Yes.
Apparently, we're going to have some presentations on the screen, I would assume. I know, right, Dawn? Mr. Riley is thirsty. He probably stopped at McDonald's on his way in this morning for some breakfast and, put a little too much salt on the hash browns.
Morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Oh, well, good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, SCOTTRILEY,
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years. And then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. If I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 04. And I worked there from 04 to 07. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Riley, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have like any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
You can do it, Margaret. You can do it. Just put one foot in front of the other. And then you'll be walking out the door. Sorry. Put one foot in front of the other. You know the song, right, from the Christmas cartoon? Abigail, you know what happens when you make Mickey mad, right?
See me?
She's going to make you spend the night with Elaine.
So, Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items. Paying specific attention to this page and this page. Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and mark the scope.
You just do it. Okay. So not for holding this.
No, no, so, please.
Elizabeth, hey. Hey, hey. Zabi. Zabi, Zabi, Zabi. That's what QB's nickname is for Elizabeth in the chat. Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning, good morning. Abigail, you are a mess. You're always a mess, but you know what? That's why I love you. Morning. Good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Ay, ay, ay. Shirley, I missed it a while ago when they asked did somebody say what his age was or something? Because I missed how old he said he was. I remember you said you thought he looked older than that. Cha-cha. I love you, schmarch. Smetch. Steph is high as poop on the tranquilizer and pain meds for my jaw, so I'm confused. Oh, he's 52. He does look a little bit older than that. He's not a bad looking older guy though. I'm not gonna lie, the accent gets me. I love that, like, that accent. Yeah, I know, right? Not at all. Not at all. Margaret says I'm 52 and he does look a little older than that. Yeah, I feel like he does too. Maybe it's the hair? I don't know. Morgan. I am in so much trouble right now. Sorry. Morgana says 52 is not old, ma'am. JB, yes, the New England or Boston accent gets you every time. It does. It does. It does. I know. Me too. Love it. I'm gonna yawn again. Yeah, I think he's a decent looking older gentleman. I don't know. Elizabeth. I'm gonna tell Edward. Do it, Mickey. Do it, do it. And then you'll have to let us know if you did. Elizabeth says, okay, I'll tell Edward too. Oh, God. Oh, you guys kill me. The other day in your chat, Elizabeth, I was literally singing pip, pop, pippy, pippy to the pip, pip, pop. Mm. Oh, your appointment's at 2:30. Okay. Got you. Come on, geez. Let's get with the program. We're having a whole town hall meeting over here. Hmm. Oh, can I ask you guys a personal question? Yeah, JB, Sidebar City. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Here we go. Ready?
We were on a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were on a break. We 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 really were on a break. We were on
We really were on a break. Yeah, asking for a friend, QB. Yes, I'm asking for a friend. If said friend has their husband pick up a Walmart order and that Walmart order has said husband's Valentine's Day gift in it, is that bad? Is that okay or is that bad? Asking for a friend. Mm, asking for a friend. This dude's sitting here twiddling his thumbs like, awkward. You know he can probably hear everything that they're saying. Right? Um, Morgana says, were we on a break? Mickey, you need to start doing the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday little pillbox thing. There are a bunch of things in said order, JB. Yes. Morgana says, well, it's better than no gift at all. Like, I got mine. Oh. He don't need to know. Wayne Baby says, I told my husband I found my first white hair, and all he says is, welcome to the club. Sir, you are a man. Men with white hair are totally accepted. Absolutely, right? I mean, look at George Clooney. If there's a whole bunch of stuff in the order, it's okay. Okay, I'll let my friend know that you said it's okay. I will totally let her know. might be able to slide by. Good morning, Kel. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, you are the gift. JB says you might be able to slide by then. Well, yes, your friend, that is. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I know, Abigail. They're taking a whole lunch break right now. I know that's right. Like, Steph, I don't know.
And overruled in part.
Why? I got the information I needed from elsewhere, Steph. So I deleted the message that I sent to you. Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence. Your Honor. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble.
Your Honor, it's my move to publish Stacy's at 93.
No objection.
I'm gonna leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
In what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1.
And what were the dates associated with this stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slate odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
Let me approach your Honor. Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you gonna put them on the screen too? You want me to?
I plan to put them on the screen, but if you can just talk to me about
Okay.
not show the jury.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the families in transition, which I'm gonna call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on.
Hey, good morning, JB.
Tree Knowles, him saying second picture.
Good morning, good
To
morning.
identify what he's looking at by the exhibit number, please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay, so number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. And then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut and it was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 30, 39, 39, and 39.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the.
Okay, Abigail. QB, I see you in the background. Are you ready to pop up?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from States Exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34.
Hey, y'all.
Just 35.
Hey,
through
good
39.
morning.
30 through 34 have been previously published.
I see, okay.
Hi,
Any objection?
kitty.
All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Good Morgan.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as States Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the fit, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Rahill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, states Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The
So,
doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here on the right.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separated the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking
Yep,
so that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, well, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized.
That's Unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition
I have no idea.
tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe did you look into the opening that
I
you
did.
created?
I did.
You observed when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body, what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
what is decomposition?
When a person dies, the body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. It's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. The composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is
About 16 inches across.
approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
We, as a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or
I was not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating?
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably, from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did, because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
It sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah, Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes, you can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on. The ceiling. I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it, and then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No. Well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Raleigh, I want to switch gears. At some point, in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had no, it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It was just, it turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it and they said, sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport. And I know that the size, it was, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the
DNA Labs International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who if anyone were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida?
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil. Yes. Just a timing thing, so they decided him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down, we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Just a few. But I think I have.
Oh.
That's my.
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Right. Doesn't have to go high. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony.
Yes, I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. I think it was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
Right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty. I don't mean to call it random. You just were jumping here, there, and everywhere,
Very
right?
random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here.
Yes. You have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had. That was. I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room.
Okay.
In her cell. Sorry.
Okay. And so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes.
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
Correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of her report, would that help refresh
It would.
your
It would.
recollection?
It would. Just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Did she
And
just
why you have
yawn?
these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't
I feel you, Elaine, on that one.
evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container.
Correct.
Okay. It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay.
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may be
Okay.
mistaken.
And that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation, and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
But
Yes,
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I mean, I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles? They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes.
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
This was drywall, yes.
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
It was connected to metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing.
Yes.
So that's what you collected.
Yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because we were sweating so much, it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face. So I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes.
And that's for many detectives, right?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry. The prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended, and with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney. Yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah.
the story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she, approach.
Yes, QB. Elaine, you've exceeded the limit of a few questions.
By 1,000.
Oh
And
my
then some.
God. Yeah. Look, we need to start treating her
As a hostile
questions.
witness?
No, what I was going to say is we should give her a character limit.
Yes.
You have reached the maximum characters.
Yes.
And like when someone disagrees with her, she goes, okay, like it's in the affirmative. No, ma'am. No. The only thing I can think of is that two things. One, she's trying to muddy the waters to confuse everything so people can't remember what was said.
Mm-hmm.
And two, maybe, are they coming back? Maybe in her closing statement, she's going to address this stuff, but she's not addressing it. Like she's not, I'm confused. I'm so
It's
confused.
almost like she's trying to insinuate that there was cross-contamination with the evidence.
Yes.
It's
No,
very,
I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get his DNA and we test it against he sweated on it. Okay. It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Also, anybody vote to look at Anthony again in the poll?
Yeah, don't forget the poll.
If there's only one, it's me.
Oh, let me go look. Looks like we got 12 votes.
Come on, y'all. We got 21 watching.
Come on, y'all, vote.
Gotta vote.
Gotta vote.
Let me refresh it just in case I need to refresh it. It looked like the vast majority was, well, I'm not going to tell you because.
I really want to look at true crime stuff, but I do also want to look at Anthony.
I know.
I enjoyed that so much on the replay. I may have rewound it.
So the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to him.
Yes.
Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item. And you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare, and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not Shirley. We just named her that because she resembles Elaine from the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case trial.
And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down.
Oh my goodness. It sounds like her, right? I know.
Yes.
She's annoying like Elaine too. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yep, we got 12 votes.
Our mid-morning break. It's about 10:33, so just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you.
Hurry, guys, go vote
All
real
rise for
quick.
jurors, please.
Go
She
vote
was
real
like,
quick in the poll.
You offer DNA so nobody knows that it's possible that other DNA might be. What do you mean that nobody knows? I'm so confused. My head hurts.
I don't know. She's a bit much. She's a bit much.
So much.
Yes.
All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
So they'll be back at, what'd you say, 10:50?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're just doing a 15-minute break, so.
Yeah. Yeah. She does look a little bit like her. She definitely sounds like her. Okay, let's see the poll. The poll, we've got 14 votes now. And it looks like the vast majority of you are wanting to watch. I'm going to go ahead and end it. So the vast majority want to see the new true crime headlines. So let me go find that.
The tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken. I think they really wanted to see Anthony. They just didn't want to say it.
That's funny.
Did you watch that video I sent you on the Delphi update, the anniversary update?
I can't remember if I did or not, to be honest.
It was really good. They had some really good, like, questionable practices that we already know, but there's been so much stuff that it kind of just came back around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the scene was sealed for 3 days, and then they unsealed it, and then they resealed it.
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that.
And after they resealed it was when they found the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And it was under the dirt, and they couldn't determine whether it was placed under the dirt like that to look like it had been there, or if the elements did it, or what.
I did watch that then, because I remember hearing that this morning. Yeah.
I read some of that.
Well, like I said, some of it was stuff that we already knew, but it was just like to have it all in that little snippet was like, y'all.
Mm. I know, not. Hold on a second. That was not. I'm like, that's a little bit shady.
Yeah, well, you can't reseal a scene. Like that's not a
No,
thing.
no.
Like how convenient that you allowed it to be open for 2 days and then resealed it. Like, oh, the odorness didn't go down there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm just saying. I'm not buying it. Also, I don't know if y'all missed it, but the sneezer said hello.
I saw that. I did see that. Good morning, Sneezy Cat.
Yes, yes.
Sneezy cat, sneezy cat. I'm glad my mic was muted because I was like, "What, ma'am?"
Hmm.
She came up shit like she was
Hold on a
loving
second.
and
I'm
saying,
looking for some. Um. Um.
If you hear snoring again, it's my puppy. Sorry, y'all.
I do hear it, but that's fine with me.
She's in the closet. She likes to make a little bed in the closet
"Oh,
because it's open space and it's a little hidey hole, and that's where she's at.
this snoring dog, boops to snooch,
Mm-hmm.
Boops the snooch.
boops to snooch."
So, have any of you been hearing any of the some of the latest true crime things that I've been hearing about? There's a missing woman in Spain. Have you guys heard about that?
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yes, I was watching that this morning.
What's the like? I just saw a few headlines, but I didn't hear any like major details.
So, from my understanding, she'd gone to Spain. She's trying to get away. She's having a rough divorce. Or she's in the middle of a divorce. She had texted like one of her best friends that she had met somebody out on the street, which was very much unlike her nature. And that sent alarms, and nobody's been able to contact her since the 5th of February, I believe. And Spain, the law enforcement there are not taking this as a missing persons case. It's she probably just took off. We don't see no foul play. So apparently this is making a bunch of headlines because it's not in her nature to do this, and no one's been able to contact her. None of her family, no nothing.
Yeah.
So, and then I think QB, you might be able to help me on this. Didn't they catch security footage at the hotel room? The cameras getting spray painted out.
I think so. Yeah, I haven't watched all of it, but I do believe so. There's definitely something nefarious happening.
I love that word.
I do too. Nefarious. But you got to say it like that. Nefarious.
Nefarious.
Nefarious. And I'm sorry, I'm sniveling, y'all. I'm struggling. I'll be fine. It's okay. Everything's okay. It's all fine.
No.
Everything's fine.
No sickness. No sickness. No sickness. No sickness. Please.
Nope.
What do you need a link to, Abigail? Oh, to StreamYard. Okay, hold on.
Bye.
As she texts.
I know, right?
Oh, she said no. Discord.
Oh, okay. It's still very much in we don't know what
Beta.
we're doing over there mode. Yeah, it's in beta.
It's in beta.
Yeah, very much in beta.
Currently, it's basically a chat for a group chat.
Yes.
But we did practice the watch, and it worked.
Yes,
So
watch party
that was
worked.
good. I mean, we only watched 1 half-hour episode, but we were on the phone for 8 hours. So I'm not sure if that was successful or not. But
Yeah, well, we got off topic, man.
I can't imagine.
Not us. No.
Sheesh. We
Oh,
did
there's
totally.
Lee.
Hey,
Where's the bacon?
bacon. Every time do you guys remember the bacon, 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 bacon? The bacon strips commercial
Yes.
for the dogs.
Bacon strips. Yes.
Bacon strips.
Bacon.
We can't say that word in my house because I have a couple little four that will go crazy. I mean, bad. It's bad. That's an unspoken word in this house because they'll go nuts.
I believe, Steph, that there were two of us. It was me and maybe Morgana or maybe JB. I can't remember which one. We were like, we're going to bed. And y'all were like, and another thing.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
And another thing. I'm just saying.
And oh, by the way,
y'all.
oh, so true crime stuff. I can give some ideas if need be. I had sent it in our little group thing. They finally released a sketch of the Rachel Morin case of the suspect. This is like really, really late, 6 months late. I would say at least 6 months late in releasing an actual sketch of what this guy looks like.
Yeah.
Huge delay on law enforcement.
So this that you're talking about, I've not kept up with this. I've heard the name, I just don't know what it's about. Is this the one? I remember Mickey telling me about some case that some woman was missing and the husband tried to act like a bear got a hold of her or something.
No, this is not that case. This case, Rachel Morin, she actually had a boyfriend. She is a mother of 5. She went to do her normal walk in the Maupaw Trail up in Maryland. And she went missing. She went to go do her little walk run thing, whatever. Boyfriend didn't hear from her. A short time later, immediately thought something was up because that's, again, out of her norm. Went to go check. Her car was there at the parking lot of the Maupaw Trail. And they immediately reported her missing. They started searching. They started to search team, the whole 9 bit. And she was found the very next day. She was severely, brutally murdered. Just a short distance off of that walking trail, actually in a tunnel, like a drainage tunnel, is where she was found. Yeah. DNA evidence that was found there at that scene actually linked to a case in California. Now, mind you, this was 5 months prior. So, yes, 5 months after the murder is when a crime in LA County occurred. That's across country, y'all. Like, that's a big deal. But they released surveillance video of that crime in LA County. And which didn't they show very much. It's a very, very, very short, like Ring doorbell footage. But they never released an image of his face.
Okay.
And they just did that yesterday.
Well, I saw the picture, the sketch. It was like it had like a Reebok hat on or something.
Yeah. I sent it in our little chat thingy here. Do you want me to send it again so you can, if you want to pull it up, you can.
Yeah, do that.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me go
Most
look.
definitely.
I sent
Uh,
Abigail a link to the private chat, but I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if you have to do it, Jenny.
okay, I'll do it here. Hold on just a second, Abigail. I'm going in there now.
Or if you have to allow it, she might be able to get in, but you may have to allow her. There's a secret
Mm,
handshake.
Yep. She's got to get approved.
Also, Haley.
Hi,
I think
Lee.
I said hey, but I can't remember. I just said bacon.
Bacon, 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 bacon.
Bacon.
Mm.
Be seated.
And now we're back
You may be
from
seated.
break.
Okay.
And we lost QB.
Uh-oh. I bet those are the ceiling tiles, right? Or the pieces of drywall, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly pieces of drywall.
Okay, the Suzanne Morphew. Okay, that sounds right. Thank you.
In regards to the next witness, the state's going to attempt to call. This will involve some handling of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if you would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Landon rather than having Detective Landon do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
Absolutely.
Do
I
this-
think that's
do the
way
same
to
thing?
go, is to be impartial in terms of his ability to assist the jury in understanding.
so if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. Maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, sorry.
I don't know what that weird wonky noise is. I'm telling you that this
Does that fit?
courtroom has some really weird their audio has some weird, and also every once in a while I'll hear like a thump thump on the mic. That is not any of us here on the panel. That is
The
completely
car will fit? Yeah, okay, that's
someone in the courtroom. It sounds like they're clicking off and on a mic or something, but it's always super loud.
Jenny, the lady that was in green yesterday that you kept thinking was going to testify, I think she's in red today. I think she must be the clerk of court because she gets up and walks out whenever they get a witness. I
Oh,
don't
May be
know.
okay.
seated. State may
Okay.
call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Raymond Blammy.
In addition, Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist with the handling of physical evidence, not to testify.
Any objection?
Not objection. just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there. And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, if I may approach.
Yes.
Hi, and welcome any newcomers to the chat. Welcome, welcome.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification or for.
Yep.
identification.
I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's a Audi that you processed.
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the numbers change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during your time working in that Audi?
I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this: do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemosticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. And there were a couple of spots on that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
I transitioned from the hemostic to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemosticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well,
You
I
can.
think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
Okay. And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification. Basically 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification as States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
Have a good day, Shirley. I love you.
Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos?
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them. So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct.
The shelter, the fit shelter?
Correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes, so this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh my God, she looks like a literal infant next to him.
She's so tiny. And with his hands on his hips, he's so intimidating.
Right?
Mhm.
Like, just, I mean, by the stance.
Yes.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes. So because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Okay,
Well,
Margaret, have a good
other than having
day.
photos of it,
Hi,
this helps to show
Margaret.
where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes.
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
Correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
And at this point, I've moved to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published in the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That's States Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes.
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab, or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest, and approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points in or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color. And then it didn't, it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. and the results came back.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Not asking you for the results,
Gotcha.
but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of a thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Kastle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Kastle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped into sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Kastle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you
Do that is to maintain individual drugs for each item, or you know?
Yes, please.
Just a trigger warning here, just in case there are
Detective Lammy, if you can start with
stains and stuff like that that are visible. Just a trigger warning.
Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL13. Detective Lammy, while he's assisting you, specifically with respect to RL13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach her just a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, y'all, just because we're not talking about gruesome stuff or difficult stuff doesn't mean that some of the stuff can't be triggering. So if you
Right.
need to step away, please do.
Yeah. This kind of stuff can trigger, even though it's not maybe graphic, but the underlining can be triggering for some folks. So if you need to step away, take a break, take a break. It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm. I wonder what they're having a discussion about.
Maybe lunch break. I don't know.
It could be.
Like after this witness, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or trying to line up potential evidence that's going to be shown. That way
Yeah.
it's all lined out ahead of time.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Because he just went and grabbed that bag, it looked like.
Yeah.
Mm. Most definitely. Side note, I lost my roller.
What?
For my diamond painting, my roller.
No.
I know, I can't find it nowhere.
No.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm going to have
That's
to
not
order another
okay.
one. I know, I think one of my dogs may have gotten hold of it. I don't know. Or my kiddo. My kiddo could have done it too.
Gail, yeah, they've got several pieces of the ceiling. They took out a big chunk of the ceiling for evidence.
Yep. Looks like
They've
there's
got
actually quite a
they
bit.
got lots of pieces of it there, it looks like.
Yep. Looks
And
like
then all
there's
that other evidence back there in the back.
yeah, there's a cart full back there full of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't been there. That's something that's been brought in today.
Yeah. Yeah, the only other pieces of evidence that we've seen really was the cooler and that CMC bag, and they showed the Harmony's Trolls toothbrush
Ask that
yesterday,
you,
but
pick it up. I'm sorry to ask, but pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can walk in front of them.
Yeah, actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be picked up.
Right. And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down. Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn. Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from, here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jut out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across it.
And if we could just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
I don't know about anybody else, but I personally think that this is good to see for the jury, the steps taken to preserve evidence like this.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree too.
So I feel like the defense, if they have some kind of plan, is to try to impeach the process.
Yeah. Yeah, this shows that they are very monotonous evidence and how they actually handle evidence. This is good for the jury to see. I know it's monotonous for everybody else to watch, but for the actual handling of evidence, it's good to see.
Yeah, it kind of hammers that kind of thing home, especially whenever the defense was trying to say earlier, talking about like cross contamination and stuff.
Put it on my tab.
That actually made me giggle as soon as you came back saying, put it on my tab.
So, y'all, I got the cutest little phone holder. It looks like a folding chair. And it's cracking me up, but I've got you on the phone holder so that I don't it seems to be a good spot, but then I moved you and then my phone went, nope. So, yeah.
There we go.
Those are always such fun little ideas.
Mm-hmm.
This folding chair cracked me up. I don't know why, but it cracked me up. It's like my tea chair. You know, when you pull up a chair for the tea?
That sounds like it would look cute.
For the tea? A chair for the tea?
Yeah, like when you're going to get some gossip, you pull up a chair.
Oh, I gotcha. I thought you meant like a chair for tea to sit in. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Ma'am, no.
If it's the wrong number, that's fine. We can move on.
Chair for tea.
Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
It is. And Detective Lemmy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is for the big lot. So I'll cut that out. So this piece was not submitted to anybody.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, State's Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lemmy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach?
Yeah, I think they're talking about timing. So it sounded like I heard her say the word timing.
Yeah, because they're getting close to lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They are. I figure we could talk about JB, we could talk about Rachel Morin maybe at lunch and kind of go
Okay.
over some of that stuff.
All right. I'm going to
Learn
see
a
if I
little bit
can
more about it.
pull up a timeline and things like that for you. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds and I'll get that going.
Okay. I've got a couple articles pulled up, but I don't know that any of them have an,
Yep. Give me a second. I'll be on. Hold on. Stand by.
Googly.
Googly's doing her googly thing. I like when Googly Googles.
Yes.
And Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from according to your sketch.
So RL 16, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was showing it for you. That item is running from here out to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing has not been touching that particular piece because RL 16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where is the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been a void.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, it can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
So you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So again, same place, the difference opening where the lower one, RO1.
It would totally help if they put the
This
mic
item
where
submitted
he's
to the
talking and not right there where they're tearing the paper off.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, State's Exhibit 79. State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL3 3A.
So 79 remains for identification, is that accurate? So 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney Brush?
Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL3 is the middle layer. RL4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit and it can be published to the jury.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lemmy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
And Detective Lemmy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I'm going to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 81 and publish it.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lemmy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you found?
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell and you removed rails. Is this the rail you were referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4 and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
You said a grid opening, that's the void you were referring to.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, was this item also sent to the laboratory?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lemmy, thank you. I have no additional questions. The defense may answer.
Finish, I'll get him back on the stand. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
let's talk about that some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start at, if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes.
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Pittman, you decided to have submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi?
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
Sidebar City.
Sidebar City.
Looks like he's going to bring up a bunch of stuff about the Audi. What's everyone in chat think about that evidence we've seen?
I am now handing you what has been marked.
Oh,
It
okay.
has not been marked, but for bait stamps purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without
Okay.
looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks,
Yes.
those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the casing note?
Yes. And sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel? Does that ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it, though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star.
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And that, again, is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
Okay. So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th, or no?
I was there when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department, is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over collect as opposed to under collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly. Detective Lemmy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe, by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020?
I do not.
2021?
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy.
No further questions. No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't watch any social media. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
1:15. QB, are you coming back?
QB.
QB.
It really did kind of sound like Sid's.
I would ask that Mr. Fido be able to.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, ma'am.
I'm going to try.
All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I swear she said, thank you so much. So much.
Thank you so much.
It did sound like that. It did.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, so you ladies want to talk about Rachel Morin.
Hey, I told y'all from the gate, I follow a lot of true crime. A lot.
Hold on just a second.
Sorry, y'all. Of course, I got a phone call as soon as I came back in.
It happens.
Are we by ourselves? Are we alone?
Right now, kind of, sort of. She said just
Are we in
a sec.
charge?
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared.
Right? I think she was trying to pull up the Rachel Morin stuff that I sent.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. And as I remembered, I follow a bunch about. Oh, I was saying how I follow a bunch of true crime, active, in trial, all that.
I try to. There's so much.
There's a lot.
Lee's back. Or has he been here and just causing an issue now with us?
I
We're in charge.
I think he's been lurking, and now he's like calling us out.
Yeah, I see that. Bye, Abadoo.
Bye, Abigail.
That's short for Abadabadoo.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Lee, you never know.
We're in trouble. You saw my soup?
I did.
It smells so good.
It looks good.
So good. So easy. That's the 7-can soup.
Ooh.
And then I added a couple things to it, but
spice it up.
It's so I don't even spice it up really. I just put the I add some of the taco meat seasoning to make it more like Southwestern. But then I put egg noodles in, which is not really Southwestern, but it gives it some girth.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, Margaret.
Let me know if you guys are hearing any kind of echoes or anything.
Okie doke.
I did for a minute, but it seems to have stopped now.
Yes.
I thought it was me.
Trying to figure out the oh, hold on.
Oop.
The little child is here.
Ah.
Jolie. Hi.
Hey, little Jolie.
Yeah, she's walking around like she's got something wrong with her FOOT, and it's her TOE. But if we
Oh.
discuss the TOE,
Then it turns into the bigger. I got yep.
yeah.
I understand that.
So she's just hobbling around like a,
Aw, what a little bit.
Aw.
She needs a tow truck.
Yeah.
That's what I used to tell my boys, and then they would laugh, and then they would forget that it hurt.
Yep.
I still don't know what she did. I think that she was, because it was a couple days ago, she was like running. I had gone to the bathroom and she was like running through the house. Well, we have like old, like hardwood floors through the whole house, but one of the floors has some little like nails that are like popped up.
Mm-hmm. With the head of the nail kind of like twist up a little bit. Yeah.
She'd stub it.
And I think she was running and like hit it on one of those nails.
I'll tell you what, a stub toe is no joke.
No.
Remember doing that when you were a kid? Like you'd be walking in flip flops or something and stub it on the sidewalk?
Y'all, I actually did that one time. I was down visiting my brother, and we had been outside, and I stubbed my toe, my pinky toe at that, on his little like outside furniture stuff. I thought, well, I thought, man, I just, cracked that or whatever. A week later, that thing is still bothering me. I go to the doctor, I found out I had a crack all the way down through my toe into my foot.
Yeah, I broke my baby toe.
Yep.
Oh, Lord,
I don't want to tell y'all how because I know everybody has done this. So I caught it on a piece of furniture. And it went a direction that it doesn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what mine did. I didn't think it was that bad, but
I stubbed my big toe and I thought I was going to die.
Yep. Y'all might hear an airplane again. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
It's all right. It just makes me want to get on it. Ready to leave.
Let's get on and go somewhere.
Get on a jet plane.
Go somewhere with a beach.
Y'all can come here. I live at the beach.
Fruity drinks with umbrellas.
We got them too.
That have different varieties of mom juices.
Yes. I like some mom juice.
I saw a thing the other day. It says summer water. It's like water, except it has margarita in it.
Oh, goodness. All right, so let me find, let me run over here and grab a couple of the links that JB sent me.
Yes. Yeah, I gotta scroll up a little bit.
Oh, did it get chatty in there?
A little bit. She's showing off her soup.
Yep, my soup.
Oh, yeah, that looks good. Is that chili?
It is 7-can soup.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just going to start calling it dump soup. That's literally just dump all the things. I dumped a few extras. I even got as much low sodium stuff as I could for M because it's for M.
Yeah.
And so.
Oh, it's sweet that you cook for her.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I do sometimes.
That's very sweet that you did that.
I used to fight eating with her because I felt bad. Because she would I would get there and she'd be like, "Oh, I got this and I got that and I got this," but then she'd have her little feelings hurt if I wouldn't eat. So now I just make it a point to try to bring something or provide something, and then I don't feel like I'm eating her stuff.
Yeah. Jenny, the second one that I sent you that has the sketch attached to that article, that one is a really good timeline.
Is it the USA Today one?
Yeah.
Lee, you are eavesdropping, sir. We're talking about my soup. Y'all look up Pioneer Woman's 7-can soup.
I love Pioneer Woman stuff. She
And
uses
then
butter.
lots of butter.
Lots of butter.
I don't know how I feel about her because I just feel like nobody is that happy all the time. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, I know. She is
Mm.
super happy.
All the time. Very early in the morning. I don't buy it.
Mm-mm.
Wait, why am I getting...
Hey, king of everything.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
What in the world?
What?
Hold on a minute.
Good morning, Miss King of anything. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hold on. Why do we have echoes?
I don't have echoes.
I don't either.
Oh, I did have for a minute.
Jolie said, huh?
Hold on a minute, folks.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Let me... A-cha-cha-cha. Why this article is not wanting to, the USA Today one?
Is it
Hold
not
on.
wanting to?
Again.
They want you to have a subscription because they do that.
Sometimes I do.
This one's not, though. It worked this time. For whatever reason, it just took me back to like the main page and not the actual article.
This one, whenever I go up on it, like it gives you that offer, but then you can X out and actually read the whole article. And I've done it like 3 or 4 times, so I know it's not like that time frame, you know what I'm talking about?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and then I get irritated.
Right.
I know, right?
Orlando Sentinel does that.
There's several that does that now.
I know.
It's rude.
Like, excuse me, wait a minute. What happened? Like, you know, for the longest time, you could do anything you wanted to. And then all of a sudden, in order to read stuff, you had to give them your email and your firstborn child. And now they want you to pay.
Well, it's because nobody buys newspapers anymore. So they're trying to.
I know.
Their ad revenue evidently isn't enough, so their pop-up ad revenue.
Right.
It's a mess.
Lee, I had one of my YouTube things I had paused, automatically started playing again. I keep my Discord turned off. I mean, like X'd out for the most part, unless I need to go in and grab a link. But
she don't love us like that. We stay in there.
So this here is the person we're talking about, the Rachel Morin. And this is the article that JB sent. It says police release new sketches of suspected killer of Maryland mom of 5, Rachel Morin. So this
I don't understand why it took 6 months. Do we
That's
know?
I have no idea. That's the biggest thing right now going around on this in true crime. One of the biggest things in true crime is why did it take so long for the sketch to be released?
Yeah. I don't understand it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about the story, really. The only thing I've seen is I keep seeing that video of like somebody going in some door and then leaving, and he's got a handful of stuff, but I don't really know.
That's at the house, I think.
That's the one in Los Angeles, and they have some still shots of that in this article too.
Okay.
But this one, I believe this one gives a really good kind of a rundown beforehand, the process, and then the reason for
Okay. It says a finalized police sketch of the man suspected of killing 37-year-old Rachel Moore in the night of August 5th. Hartford County Sheriff's Office. Rachel Hannah Morin's killer is still at large, but Maryland authorities said Monday that finalized suspect sketches could lend a hand in putting the man responsible for her killing behind bars. The Hartford County Sheriff's Office has spent the last 6 months investigating. Hold on a minute. Jolie's wanting something. I'm going to let you take over for a second. If you can't read that, that's okay. Just kind of talk about it if you know anything about it.
I can read it from the TV.
Yeah. I just don't know if you're going to be able to scroll because I don't, you know
Oh,
what I
yeah,
mean?
no, I can't scroll. You're right.
Hold on. Let me see if I can. Then that makes it too little, don't it?
I can get down to a couple of weeks. I'm trying to see if I can make this bigger on my phone, but then if I move the phone, if I leave y'all, I'm sorry.
I can, if you scroll up a little bit, I can read it on from my phone just fine. So I can read what you have on screen while you handle what you need to handle, Jenny.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Morin, mother of 5, was initially reported missing the night of August 5th after failing to return home from an evening walk on a trail in Bel Air, a small Baltimore suburb. Deputies identified a body that was found near the trail as Morin the next day, saying that she was a victim of a violent homicide. USA previously reported. Let's see where. Okay. A couple of weeks after Morin's body was found, authorities announced that the DNA from the suspected killer matched a man who assaulted a girl in Southern California during a home invasion in March. But the break in the case had not yielded to too many promising results, as authorities have yet to find the assailant. The sheriff's office assured the public that they continue to do all they can, including conducting interviews, follow-ups on tips, offering awards, investing across state lines, and distributing flyers. This week marks 6 months since Rachel Morin was needlessly and tragically killed while on the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air. This investigation is not slowed or stalled, they said. Here's what we know about the case. And when Jenny gets back, we'll scroll down some more, and it gives a full timeline of the events. So, personally, I don't see why they took so long. Because if they had video footage of that man coming out of the house in Los Angeles, they should have released the sketches then.
Yeah, and I mean, I know they say they've spent the last 6 months, investigating, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't come to the video until recently.
They released the video 6 months. I mean, shortly after, like a couple weeks afterwards.
Yeah, so I don't understand. Like, I don't know.
I have no idea. But not releasing that sketch and waiting so long, that guy has been able to walk around literally the whole country.
Yep.
To do whatever.
Because there's question whether he's involved somewhere else too, right? Not just the one that the DNA matched to, but there's another a case or something. They need to start running against Ancestry.com and
genetic genealogy.
Yep.
Yeah.
To see if they can get a hit.
Most definitely. My thing is how in the world do they have all this evidence, DNA evidence, photo identification, video footage of them, but yeah, they still can't identify who he is.
And this guy ain't never been in the system?
Apparently.
That's what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sus of everything, so.
I'm sus about how long, why the test time frame.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if they were able to link it to another case in a whole other state, a cost crunchy, across the country. Why couldn't you put, yeah. But they were on it.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Good.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's where they got the sketch from, was the video, wasn't it?
I'm not 100% on that. There's a possibility.
Okay.
Like I said, this call came out yesterday, so I'm trying to catch up from everything. But yeah. Yes. I agree, Wing Baby. He could be long gone by now.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely could be long gone. He is hiding out somewhere, that's for sure. I mean, that's a 5-minute time span. That's from the assault in California to this death in Maryland. That was 5 months, and he made it all the way across country.
Yeah.
So, but no idea. If y'all in chat want me to keep reading, I'll read. We just won't be able to view it on the screen. Whatever y'all think until Jenny can come back.
Oh, okay, Wing Baby. All right, I was confused. I'm still learning about this case, so
That's a very good possibility, Wing Baby. It could have come from that witness out there in California. Okay, I'll keep reading. The timeline events in Rachel Morin case. On August 5th, Morin was reported missing by her boyfriend around 11:20 p.m. after failing to return home from her evening walk on the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air. She was last seen in the area around 6 p.m. August 6th, the Hartford County Sheriff's Office got a 911 call from a search volunteer reporting a body near the Ma and Pa Trail around 1 p.m. Authorities said the body recovered was Morin. On August 17th, authorities announced a DNA connection between Morin's suspected killer and a man who assaulted a girl in Southern California during a home invasion on March 26th. Yes, QB, you did just drop me out. I'm all by myself, but I'll just read. Los Angeles police would not comment further on the matter, but the sheriff's office released a video asking the public to help identify the man in the video in relation to the homicide of Rachel Morin. On September 7th, the Hartford County Sheriff's Office posted a video update related to the case on Facebook, saying that they had collected and watched hours of video footage from in and around the trail where she disappeared to look for additional witnesses and evidence. Hartford County Sheriff Jeff Gollier said that he was concerned the suspect, who could be a serial killer, was escalating and could kill again. Gollier also said they plan to patrol the trail accordingly, aiming to get cameras installed along the trail since they see a decrease in use of the trail in winter. And on February 12th, Hartford County officers released a finalized sketch of the suspect, whose name has not been formally released. They have asked the public to take a look and share the sketch, saying they believe that they were still people who could provide information. And then ongoing, the article says, suspect believed to be in the area long before Morin was killed. The man suspected of killing Morin may have been in the area days before the crime, with authorities saying they believe there were people in the area who could provide information on the suspect. He was previously described as a 5 foot 9 inch tall man in his mid 20s to 30s who weighed around 165 pounds and had dark hair. The detective assigned to the case are hopeful that someone can tell them where the man was staying, who he was speaking with, and where he worked. They have also asked members of the public to keep Rachel's families in your thoughts. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the community for its support throughout this challenging time. The post reads, your cooperation and solidarity are invaluable as we strive to find answers and deliver justice. Oh, Jenny's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I was just reading.
You're good. You're good. I'm glad you did that.
I was all by myself.
All by myself. QB, come back. QB, come back. You can blame it all on me. Oh, Lord. Joey's in squalling like a crazy person.
Yeah, I made it down to that Hartford County Sheriff's post, Facebook post that's underneath. I think it's Facebook. Everywhere.
You can continue. You're doing an excellent job.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
I mean, only if you want to.
I will.
Only if you want to.
And they said anyone with any information related to Clays is encouraged to send tips and to the tip line, or that's an email, I guess, for a chance to earn a reward up to $35,000 of if the information provided leads to an arrest and conviction. So right now, that's the main timeline on this. That, in a nutshell, is the best way to bring it all together.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to get into everything else. I did see that after she went missing and after her body was recovered, I was kind of staying up with it. They did increase a ton of patrol in that Ma and Pa Trail area.
Mm-hmm.
They really wanted to show, I guess, the citizens and the people of that area that, hey, we are taking this into consideration. We're going to increase this. But now that it's been this long, it's still nothing. And they just releasing the sketch. That I still just cannot get over the fact that they're just now releasing it.
Yeah. And like you guys were saying earlier, I was listening when I was in there fixing the kids. They both were like, we're hungry. So I had to go fix them something to eat. And what you guys were saying about he could be anywhere by now is so true. I mean, this much time goes by, he could literally be anywhere. And you know that the dude is seeing it all over the news, so he probably don't even look like what we think he's going to look like.
Mm-hmm. Very, very much so.
Doing the whole Scott Peterson thing, you know?
I'm telling you.
Changing his looks up and in hiding. I'd like to find that. Where's that? Maybe it's on this. It is. I'll go over here and share this.
Markiana.
Hey, I snuck in.
Hey, baby.
I was in the bushes.
You were in the bushes.
Oh, now my phone's ringing. I'm on mute for a minute.
Okay. So this is, I know, right, QB? He could look so different in 6 months.
Yeah.
So different. But this is the video. This is
a Ring doorbell camera.
So this is at her house?
No, this is the home invasion in Los Angeles or Southern California.
Okay, well, see, I heard home invasion, but I remember watching this and thinking, this don't look like no home invasion. This literally looks like somebody's letting him in and letting him out the door.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, like it was brought up, a lot of questions were brought up whenever this was released. They're like, how is this considered a home invasion? Look how he's leaving. He's just like,
He's
that's
leaving
very
like he's just gonna go jump in the car and got like he just came in, grabbed a few things, and then left like he's going on a sleepover or something.
exactly.
That's weird.
Hold on, and I'll turn the audio on, and we'll push play and watch it a few times and see. I don't know if there is actually any audio.
I don't believe there is. There might be. There's no. I don't think there's any like speaking or anything like that. But there, you might hear the door close. I'm not for 100% on exactly what it is as far as audio wise.
Okay. Well, I'll turn the volume up, and then we'll hit play and see. Yeah, there was no audio, but I mean, like, see, look at that. And the person just shuts the door, like, bye, have a good day.
Weird.
Oh, wait, it's saying ad loading. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah, that's when I sent you that. I think I sent you that one. That was to show you the ring doorbell footage mainly on that one. But
I mean, it looks like he's got a jacket. He's got no shirt on. He looks like he's leaving after a booty call or something.
Yeah, exactly.
But I believe that this is actually involving a 13-year-old girl.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's not good.
No.
Last night.
Okay, I don't want to hear from the House of Representatives.
Oh, no.
Let's stop this.
The House.
Okay, so we're going to go up here and see what, or down here and see what this says here. It says police have released images of video and a description of a suspect they believe murdered Maryland woman Rachel Morin. Morin, a 37-year-old mother of 5, was reported missing by her boyfriend on August 5th when she didn't return home from a walk at the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air, Maryland, according to the Hartford County Sheriff's Office. Her body was found the following day, and a homicide investigation was launched. I don't want to kind of like go over everything you've talked about. But,
yep. And there's the
here's
still footage.
Pictures, yeah. So,
I mean, he looks like he's got like a hoodie and wearing some jogger pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it's a home invasion, was it
Right.
like did he do something to someone there in the house, or was he like trying to steal stuff? I don't know.
I do think, I believe from my understanding, they're not releasing a whole lot about information about that incident out in California. I think it's because it's involving a minor, but they're not releasing a whole lot of information about it.
Here this says, he clarified that DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime was a match to DNA evidence recovered in an unsolved assault case of a woman in Los Angeles, California. Newsweek has also contacted the LAPD via email for comment. Hey, QB.
Hi.
Hi. You left me all by myself.
I'm so sorry. I ordered a repeater.
Okay.
Clearly I need it in my little tiny abode.
It's okay. I just kept reading.
Just keep reading.
I was here. I just wasn't here.
It's okay.
She was here with you in spirit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
There we go.
Yes.
There
Rooting
Always.
you on.
Ween Baby, I did just now see in your comment that you are from Maryland. Is that correct?
Oh, let me go to the comments. Bye, Lee.
Bye, Lee. But it's a possibility, Ween Baby.
Yeah.
I was here.
Sorry, I just completely left you guys.
Again.
Oh God. I mean, I go and I do what I'm supposed to do. And then it's like
It's okay.
the small child, when she wants things, she wants things.
Yep. You gotta get it.
Hashtag mom life.
I know, right?
Yep.
Let's see. Described as being approximately 5'9", 160, 20 to 30 years old. Was there like a press conference?
They have done quite a few press conferences. Well, originally from back in when it originally happened, I know.
I was going to say, I don't think there's been too many recently.
No. No, because I did a overall search for recent press conferences and there wasn't anything.
Of course you did, Googly.
You know it.
Googly
I'm
moogly.
all on the stuff.
Oh, Ween Baby's from Maryland.
Yep. Now she got it stuck in her head.
Don't
was
wanna
JB
be
earlier.
all by myself anymore. Sorry. She's a pretty girl, though.
Yeah.
Pretty girl.
Let's see if I can find out.
And it say how old her kids were, like what age ranges they are. Are they little or younger or older, middle?
She's got a range of them. I know she actually had two of them with her.
Oh
not
my
with
God.
not like physically with her. They were I think the boyfriend was picking them up from something or something along that line, but I believe they were to stay at her house that evening.
Okay.
Because the boyfriend and I believe two of the kids went to go look for her.
Let's
see here.
Do you have any like theories? Anybody? I don't know enough about it to have a theory.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
me either. And I'm assuming the boyfriend's been ruled out.
Yes.
Okay. Just asking because,
Yeah, first place you go, your eyeballs go to, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love how everybody in the chat is like a mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. FedEx, says Kayleen. What about FedEx? Are we suspecting a FedEx driver?
Oh Lord, I hope not. We had that FedEx driver with that little girl.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't remember her name. That was horrible.
Yeah, I can't either.
It was horrible. For sure. She says as a theory, I think.
Ooh, is this a new one, JB?
No, I think this is an older one. But it's a presser. I believe this is August 17th of 2023.
Okay. So that would have been like just a couple weeks or later after.
Mm-hmm. Googly doing her Google thing.
Googly is doing her googly thing. Let's go take a look at this.
All over.
It's a slow site, just a heads up, unless it's just my Wi-Fi.
Okay, let me come over here and share the page. Okay, Lean's theory is it was a FedEx driver.
JB, you on my Wi-Fi?
I might be for a minute today.
Look.
Jeez. So I'm brushing up on you.
I ain't got no room over here.
Yeah, we ain't got room for nothing over there.
No, we full.
Nudging up on the bandwidth over there.
Hold on, let me plug my headphones in when we watch this so that it don't echo schmecko.
Okay.
I don't understand why it don't echo when my mic hears you girls, but it echoes when I have video playing. I don't understand that. It don't make any sense, but okay, is what it is, right?
Right.
Well, I was messing around with my iPad and stuff a while ago with my AirPods because I was thinking, I would be able to. I still need to figure all that out, but let's watch this real quick.
It's a real short one. I think it's only like 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, and this, like you said, this was dated August the 17th, 2023.
And our detectives have been working throughout the night and today, running down our new leads. Once the new evidence came to light, Sheriff Gaylor was adamant that we needed to inform our community as soon as possible, and that's why we're here tonight. As you know, since Saturday, August 5th, 12 days ago, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has been working around the clock to get justice for Rachel Morin and hopefully bring peace to her family. Since that first day, over 300 community tips have flooded our inboxes and emails. Her death has grabbed local, state, national, and international headlines, everyone with the same goal: find the killer and bring justice to Rachel. DNA evidence is part of nearly every modern day investigation, and in Rachel's case, DNA evidence was collected by our Forensic Services Unit. That DNA was analyzed by the Maryland State Police, and it was ran through the National CODIS system. This DNA evidence has come back as a match, tied to a home invasion and an assault of a young girl in Los Angeles this past March. Unfortunately, that suspect has not been positively identified, but he did leave behind his DNA. Based on the DNA evidence, we consider the individual in the video we obtained from the Los Angeles Police Department and that we are about to show you on our TV screens to be the person that murdered Rachel Morin on August 5th. So we're now going to show the video. And just so everyone's aware, this video, after this press conference, this video will be posted on our social media. All right, you want to play it one more time? Okay. When you're ready, we're going to post it on our social media. Based on our analysis of this video and witness observations, we believe the suspect to be approximately 5'9", 160 pounds, and of Hispanic descent. If you have any information about this suspect, we are asking you to please call our detectives at our tip line. And the tip line number is 410-836-7788. And we've also established a dedicated tip email address, and that email address is rmtips@harfordsheriff.org. Again, that's RM as in Rachel Morin, tips@hartfordsheriff.org. We want to make it clear that we believe the suspect acted alone, and he doesn't represent the entire Hispanic community of Hartford County, who we are now partnering with to identify this suspect. I know I can speak for the sheriff when I say we are immensely proud of this community. Our community will not be defined by this tragedy. Our community is one that will work together to get the job done and bring this suspect to justice. In the meantime, in the light of this new evidence, I urge our citizens to use caution while walking on our trails and throughout our community. Be alert, walk with a friend. Don't allow yourself to be distracted by your cell phone or headphones. And finally, if you see something that makes you feel uncomfortable or that you think is suspicious, act on those instincts and call 911. And lastly, we will continue our increased presence on the Mile and Pod Trail. And now I'll open it up to questions.
Colonel, do you have any other details on what happened in Los Angeles, exactly where, or anything about what this person did there?
So when it comes to the details about Los Angeles, that's the information that the Los Angeles Police Department has, and we were just going to refer people to the Los Angeles Police Department to get those details. Only thing I can tell you is an attack on a young girl.
Any word about a possible motive? Like, was Rachel missing any money or anything like that?
So we are not going to talk about the crime scene at this time because, as I've said in previous interviews, we don't want to talk about the crime scene or what happened at the crime scene because once we catch this person, we want to make sure we got the right person. And the only people that know what happened at that crime scene when we catch the person is us and that suspect. So we're not giving any details about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Again, how did you come across, what led you to this particular suspect, this person?
So we collected DNA from our crime scene. The Maryland State Police analyzed that DNA for us, ran it through the National CODIS system, and that came back as a match to the crime that occurred in Los Angeles, where they had recovered DNA from this person that you saw in the video.
The video that we watched, tell us about it. I mean, what Los Angeles Police released it to you, but what is it? Is that his home? Is it at a scene of a crime?
That is at a home, and that is the suspect leaving the scene of the crime there.
So that was a home invasion and assault.
Correct.
Of a little girl? Is that what you
A
said?
young girl. That's what I'm going to leave it at a young girl. I don't want to talk about the family there, but it was a young girl in the house that got assaulted.
What does this do to the case, Colonel? You have an image now of the person you think is believed to be
Correct.
responsible for this. What does that do for the case?
Well, I think now it kind of leads us down the path that we believe this was a person that Rachel probably didn't know. Or maybe you could say potentially a random act of violence. And we're hoping that the community now can watch that video. And we also got still pictures that we're going to be putting out and that somebody can identify him.
Have you narrowed it down to a certain area? Do you think he could still be like somewhere on the Mile Trail?
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Hartford County or in the state of Maryland, because obviously in March he was in California, and then here in August he was here in Maryland. So we don't know if he's still here or not.
Do you have any evidence that he was targeting people along that trail, or do you believe this was, completely random?
I'd only be speculating. We do not know.
Do you think he maybe armed, giving weapons or anything?
Again, speculation.
You described him, Colonel, as 5'9", 160 Hispanic male. Do we have an approximate age? Or?
Oh, yeah. We believe he's in his low to mid 20s.
Do you have a date for when the Los Angeles invasion happened?
I'm just going to put out that it was in March. The Los Angeles Police Department knows that we're doing this press conference. So if you called them, they would probably be able to give you that information.
How rare is this to have a DNA hit from the other side of the country? And, talk about that process and how that worked.
I mean, this is the first time I've seen a hit in a case that I've been involved in that was that far away for a DNA hit. So I wouldn't say that it's unheard of, but certainly unusual.
For the record, you don't have his name?
No, that's what we're looking for.
Like where he lived or anything like that? Is he from LA or?
We don't know. We know nothing more about him other than he was in LA and committed that crime in March, and he was here in August and is the murderer, we believe to be the murderer of Rachel Moore.
To follow up on that question, you identified him through DNA evidence through this database. So there's no name associated with that?
No. There's no name associated because it's just evidence from a crime that was submitted. And his DNA on it, like being arrested and getting DNA, none of that is in the system. However, we are working with, we have called the FBI And we are working with some of their DNA experts in their crime lab that try to help us further analyze this DNA.
Without compromising the investigation, can you tell us, Rachel was found.
Correct.
And it was determined that it was a homicide.
Correct.
Was there trauma? Was she beaten? What was the nature of
All we've said so far, and I think we're going to leave it at that, is that it was a violent attack.
What's your message? No relationship at all between Rachel and the suspect.
Well, again, we just got this information last night. Not that we have been able to determine yet that we don't know of any relationship or that they were known to each other before this incident. So I can't really say, but right now, no.
Obviously, this is what already has the community on the edge.
Right? Absolutely.
Now. Somebody out here who just murdered someone. What's your message to the community? Obviously, people are scared. Out here.
Yeah, we want our community to be vigilant. Obviously, the Mom Pod Trail has been opened since the day after Rachel was discovered. We have a very large amount of deployment on the Mom Pod Trail. We are going to continue that deployment until either this person is caught or we believe he's not in the area anymore. But our plan is to be vigilant for our community. Our community has been just tremendous with the support they give us and trying to figure out what's going on and calling in tips. And we're hoping that maybe even people from LA will see this interview and see that this person committed that crime there, and maybe somebody knows him. We believe and we hope that somebody who actually knows this suspect that's in the video will be able to identify him for us.
Forgive me if you said this. Are you revealing where the DNA was found?
No.
Was it her fingernails?
No, we're not going to reveal that.
That video was from Los Angeles.
That video is from
the assault.
Yep, that is the suspect leaving the assault that occurred in March in Los Angeles. I mean, yes. All right. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was
Okay, I have questions.
Me too.
Okay, so this house, that video that they showed of the guy coming out, that's where the assault happened on the young girl, right?
Yep. In California.
So how did he get in the house?
That's a big
Because
question.
why wouldn't he be on the camera going if he came in through the door that he came out? You see what I mean?
That's a huge thing. Has been since they released this.
I thought that I saw that same video, but I thought that the video I saw showed them open the door, him go in, and then leave.
I haven't seen one with him actually coming into the residence, which is like a huge shocker. And a lot of people were questioning, why are you showing the footage of him leaving and not showing footage of him?
Because you would see his face if he was coming to the door. And the other question I have is, did you see the arm shutting the door?
Yeah.
From the inside. Like it was just nonchalant, like, and if he assaulted somebody, what's going on with that?
Exactly.
That it looked like a woman's arm, like just very
there was
shut the door.
There was a lot of speculations. Was that was a tiny arm? Was that a little girl? Was that, maybe a teenager messing around with somebody they shouldn't have been? That kind of thing. Like, there are a lot of speculation thrown up in the air.
Yeah, because it didn't look like, when you're thinking assault, that person wouldn't be like slowly closing the door after they were assaulted.
Right. No.
So,
and to be honest, I mean, it's not like that person is going to just walk him out the door like, bye, thanks for attacking me. Have a good day. He would have been running out the door.
Right.
Yep.
I'm like, what? So I'm confused.
Yeah.
And so this was in California. And the other lady's in Maryland?
Yes, ma'am.
I missed that because my brother called when you guys were reading that, but
yeah, wow. I mean, he literally tiptoed all the way across the country.
Yep.
And it's surprising if the same guy and everything, he didn't do it somewhere in between.
Yeah.
More cases.
Yep. That's what one of the articles was saying, that if he is amped up this far, then he believes he's full on a serial killer. That was one of the law enforcement's.
Okay, so one of my questions is, they have proof that it's the same person, do they?
Yeah, DNA evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question then is, if they've got the DNA evidence, have they tried running it through a bank or like genealogy?
I don't know if they've gone that far into it, or at least they haven't released that information. All I know is that they submitted the evidence into like CODIS.
Mm-hmm.
And when they submitted the evidence originally in California, nothing hit. So it was just submitted as evidence.
Right.
And then when they submitted the evidence in Maryland,
They
it didn't
matched.
hit, it didn't ping on anything other than it matching that incident in California. But
Yeah.
there's still no identification on it. It's just linked together.
Right.
Which is shocking that it's just the two.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Unless they're newly into the country.
Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of that.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean,
Steph's awake from her nap.
Well, good morning, Steph.
Hi, Steph.
Or afternoon.
Steph, the only thing you missed was pretty much just some forensic. They looked at some of the ceiling tiles. I don't remember when you laid down for your nap, what part we were at.
They took quite a while to show that physical evidence, though.
Mm-hmm. And we've been talking about Rachel Morin. So that's pretty much what we've been during. We've been during lunch.
Yep. We got about 5 more minutes ish before
Yeah.
they come back from lunch break. So
QB says, okay, y'all, gonna have you on in the background. I have to do some things before I go to PT and M's. Okay. One thing you can add to your list is to swing by here and drop off some of that soup.
Yes.
Morning, friends. I'm gonna have to watch the replay later to watch the press conference from lunch too, but I'll watch live with y'all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, stay live with us, Steph.
Yeah, stay live.
That press conference was only, I think, 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to like 2 times speed it, if you can do that, I think you said you can't really do that because your brain don't work that fast. I get it.
I don't think she can do the chipmunky.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that Rachel Morin case, I was following that one pretty heavy when it happened.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions there.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can talk. Ween Baby said that people down there talk bad about her. And I remember that when initially they were like judging her appearance and certain photographs and things along that line. So I think that's just sad that they talk about somebody that like that.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's like totally like victim shaming and bashing and blaming, and I'm not about that. No. I mean, I don't care what somebody did in their life or how they were in their life or what choices they made or didn't make. Nobody deserves to be gone through what she was apparently going through, you know?
Oh, and it was because it was a volunteer searcher who found her, and they actually talked about it with people, even though they probably, that's not really the thing to do. But some of it that did leak out, like it was brutal. It was bad.
Mm.
Yeah. So.
What's only with Abadoo, QB?
2 times speed.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be like 4 times speed when you're on 2 times.
Yes, for sure.
Also, too, a quick update on the Savannah Soto Matthew Guerra case. The father of Christopher, this accused murderer, what's his name?
Christopher
Romano.
or Ramon?
No, the Ramon. Yeah, Ramon. He went up for a bond reduction, and he actually got a bond reduction, but his went from like 600,000 to like 450,000.
Mm. He still ain't gonna be able to pay to get it out, is he?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Well, and I'm sorry, but that's good enough for him. I don't, whatever.
Oh,
Like,
he's
there.
I watched his thing this morning because I was trying to watch it a little bit yesterday, but I couldn't keep up with it. But I watched it this morning. And I was like, "Are you for real right now? Like, are you really trying to pull the pity party card when you were assisting uncalled for actions with your son?"
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he should get like one tiny slap less on the wrist than the boy.
Yeah, than the son. I mean, it's apparent that there was a lot of involvement. And his son is not that big of a boy, and Matthew was definitely manipulated in more than one ways. So, yeah, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out what his because I think that the Christopher Preciado said something like it was self-defense, but
That's what
I
he's
don't
trying
know.
to say,
Oh,
but
yeah, of
there's no way.
course. Of course. Oh, wait a minute. We are back, you guys. Hold on. I'm sitting over here just picking at my nails like I'm just, Hold on. Okay. We are back. There's no audio yet, so. That judge, she must like her cup. She uses it every day, and I like her cup too.
I do like her cup. It's cute.
It is cute. Okay. She told him to sit down, but. Why don't we have earlier?
Right.
They forget to turn it on?
I don't know.
Nope.
Maybe we do now.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think so. I think the prosecutor went to get his next witness. Steph says, "Did you mute it?" Let me go look. No. See, look. And the volume is all the way up. I just heard him whisper.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence. that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms, ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes for that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Mr. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell, that'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Mr. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in criminal justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining a constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Mr. Edwidge, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June. And then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill?
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item with MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Okay, thank you.
That one was the easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Super,
Impressive.
yep, super quick.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
And, sir,
The interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete
to interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
A la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Sí, por favor, se podría poner de pie.
and if you would please raise your right
Se puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondreg, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would you spell your last name, please?
Lujano.
Lugano, Lujano.
Okay. And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years, okay.
23 años, okay.
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
Drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
Here to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sheetrocking frame.
Sheetrocking, framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery? No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery? No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección? No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no question.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are excused, sir.
Está excusado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Okay, what was that?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
He was brought up because his DNA and fingerprints were found on the drywall as well as Adam's.
Oh.
Okay.
When it was originally installed. So
Gotcha.
that's why they brought him in and then clarified that he didn't know Adam, didn't know Kayla. Things along that line.
Lord have mercy.
Yep. So establishing foundation, I believe. That would be considered.
We're all like, okay, what? I mean, I literally quit paying attention for a minute because I was just like, what is going on? Okay, this guy don't even know him. I thought they were going to say they worked together or something. I didn't know.
No, it's because they had to break down the DNA on the ceiling tiles.
Yeah.
He installed it, so his DNA and his fingerprints are there.
Makes sense.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long did you work for them?
For over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position, where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the forensic biology unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report. So you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you item marked as State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas. One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle Mayer test, KASTLE-MEYER, Castle Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does Castle Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle Mayer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle Mayer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So, with regards to the Castle Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing agent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15 report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Castle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out, make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the four that I had available to me. I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER 3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to
Wake up, Ween baby.
those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test. With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater. If you
Yes.
could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
I know I'm struggling with I usually love this kind of stuff, but the person delivering the information, I prefer to be much more upbeat and not so snooze festy. Sir, do you put people to sleep on a regular basis?
Yes, the 2 items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP216, so that's the first 2 initials there are JP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there, you said there was one other item. Could you please tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Yes. A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small, and the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood?
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step, after you question perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
All right, JMT5.
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area?
That's correct.
And
well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location.
from.
Okay, sorry. JMT6, that one you didn't have to go to the Castle-Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color. And so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
if one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
Yes,
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood, some additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs. I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? The next one's 1/26/22.
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
7 items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Total.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them.
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
No. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater, screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
A length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those 2 on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, one moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, sealing, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor, I could just for the table. Mr. McMahon, just on that last line of question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you for that. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt. I believe you described how on cross-examination that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that T-shirt was a size for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve t-shirt. And furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve t-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18.
You were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA. And I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. A small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposit cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve t-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, FAMJAMS, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
May I be excused?
You may.
But sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness, if you would, just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, everybody, it's time to wake up. Everybody have a good, nice nap.
It's either that or the fingernail polish fumes that are making me about ready to pass out.
Whew.
Turn a fan on, Morgana. Turn a fan on.
Everybody needs some caffeine after that. That was torturous, man.
Brutal.
You can step down. Counsel, for just a minute.
Break time, break time.
Everybody get up, move around.
Get up, get up, get up, stretch around. Not necessarily do some jumping jacks, but stretch.
Or do jumping jacks if you want to. If you're feeling frisky.
Yeah, I can
If you're
do
feeling
jumping
froggy.
jacks. I can do
Yeah.
jumping jacks, but my feet won't be leaving the floor.
Yeah. What?
They'll be faux jumping jacks, fake ones.
Yeah.
Oh God, that was awful. Not awful as in like graphic awful, just blah.
Long and boring, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Margaret said, do the YMCA dance.
Oh yeah.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Oh, stop it, Jenny. Stop it.
Stop it, Jenny, or you make all of us yawn.
And I done went through all the caffeine in front of me.
I have a little bit left. I have a wee little bit.
Oh, crime joke time.
Here
Crime
we
joke.
go. Hold on, let me get myself ready for this, Kel. Hold on a second. Hold on.
She's got to prep. She got to prep.
I got to switch little tabs over here before we do crime time. Okay, now let me come back over here to the comments and put the comment up on the thing there. Okay, crime joke time. A priest, a predator, and a criminal walk into a bar. Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot. A priest, a predator, and a criminal walk into a bar.
Okay.
He he ordered a beer.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, goodness gracious.
If Mickey was listening, Mickey would be saying, I don't get it. Yeah.
We're back at 2:45.
I just heard back at 2:45. Did anybody else?
I couldn't hear. I heard somebody say something, but I couldn't understand what they said.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Jolie's being a little bit of a patootie.
Surely
She's
not.
a
Little
little
Jolie.
patootie.
Not Jolie. No.
Henny's diamond painting so she won't so she won't doze off again. Oh my gosh, that was, and don't get me wrong, I love the science stuff. I love it, but not whenever it's, somebody
Monotoned.
yes.
Exactly.
I've had a lot of college professors that were like that, so I kind of got used to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're that way.
Ugh. Margaret says I'm going to get me a diamond painting kit and try it. Yay!
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 Yep.
You will do that and then let us know what you think.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah, start out with a small one. Don't do like I didn't get this dynamic.
Start small.
Yeah, start small.
Yeah, start small.
Make
And
sure you like it.
Keep in mind, they usually try to give you the sizes in centimeters and not inches, but sometimes it'll have inches. It just depends on where you get it from. But
yes.
Oh, she's going to order one right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Starting with a small Hello Kitty one. Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, that'll work. Oh.
Nice. What, baby? Yeah, it's got a red bird on it. Here. Well, here. I'm gonna get you, girl. I'm gonna get you. I don't want it. You want to go hang it on the tree? We still have our Christmas tree up. Don't judge me.
It's all right.
Just change it with the season.
Yeah, everybody always says that. Do you know how long I've had my Christmas tree up? For years. It's been up for years. I never take it down. There's Grace.
Hi, Gracie.
Hi, Grace.
Wait, who's correct? That's because CMS is correct. What?
Yeah, no.
Huh?
What is
know.
CMS? Grace, what is CMS?
We're all sitting here waiting for her response.
Yeah.
We're in suspense here, Grace.
She is probably driving and texting.
Yeah, she probably.
Like that's because CMS. What would be saying CMS?
Centimeters. Patricia got it, probably.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Centimeters is correct. Yep. Centimeters. Grace is like, I can feel it all the way over here. She's rolling her eyes so hard. And I can feel it all the way over here. There
Oh,
we go.
look at her.
That's some heavy eye rolling.
Mhm. Oh, and Lee, did you know what that pouch is made from? I'll give you one guess what that pouch is made from.
What pouch?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
kangaroo
sent
pouch.
him you'll have to watch his whipping chat.
Oh, I did see the beginning of his whipping chat. Yeah.
I gotta go watch his whipping chat.
I haven't finished it yet, Lee, but I will.
Hence why I said kangaroo pouch. Oh, okay.
Back to a comment. I don't know if y'all seen it or not, but Ween Baby had made a comment about how they need to connect it to Adam and Harmony. I think they need to. What they're doing right now is like establishing the physical evidence that they have, and that it was processed the way they needed to process it, handle it the way they handled it, so that it could be a solid proof of evidence.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
So the defense can't come back and go, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Yeah, because they would try to for sure.
Most definitely.
100%. Oh my God. Knock this yawn out of me. What is wrong with me?
I don't know.
Stop it, Jenny.
I know. Stop it. 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 Oh my goodness. I could totally take a nap.
No.
Huh?
I said we can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm around here for another like 30 minutes, and I'll have to drop down and chat.
Yeah.
Because
That's
it'll be
all
time
right.
for me to go get my kiddo.
Yeah, gotta go get the kiddo. Get the kiddo. Get the kiddo. Get the kiddo.
Yep.
We have husband and big kiddo have haircuts today.
Ooh.
Yeah, so they're going for haircuts. They go like every 3 weeks. It's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going for haircuts, and then I don't know what we're gonna have for dinner. Usually he'll stop and pick something up for dinner. So since it's like Valentine's, I might say pick something up yummy. So
Exactly.
Yeah, I would.
yeah, and he drives a few towns over, and they have restaurants there that we don't have here. So
Gotcha.
yeah, it's always good to get something that's not you can't just get right around here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Something different.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're going to this
Yeah.
little ice cream place, I think, that they come out and like car hop.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna get pizza, and they've got these cheese cubes that are like cheddar cheese cubes, and they're so good. And milkshakes. So that'll be our treat, I guess, for Valentine's Day.
Oh, cute.
With the whole fam, I guess.
That's cool.
My husband said, I'm tired of eating in the vehicle. That's what he tells me.
Oh.
Because I won't let him go in the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, sorry. Trying to keep you healthy.
I don't blame you. What was it? There was it was so Abigail had turned here. We're going to go to food all over again. Abigail had got me like hooked on this sandwich from Wendy's that is not there all the time. It's only there like seasonally or every once in a while,
Mm-hmm.
But it's this big, massive, like chicken sandwich that has a pretzel bun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And oh my God, it's so good. It's got like pickles on it. It's got this weird sauce on it. It's got like French fried onions on it. Not French fried onions, but like the onion straws, you know.
Right.
I don't remember what it's called, but oh my God, it's so good. No worries, Grace. I know you're driving. Happy Valentine's wife and Cody Joe. She calls my husband Cody Joe. And the reason is because we're sister wives, and Cody Brown is the husband on the Sister Wives TV show.
Yeah.
Which, if you watch that show at all, you know he has like one wife left out of all of them.
Yeah.
They've all like up and ran.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so she calls Dale Cody.
I don't
And
think I
then
want to call
Joe.
that.
She calls him Joe because Mickey's middle name is Joe, and so it was just a running joke around here that everybody's middle
Yeah.
name is Joe. Cody Joe.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I haven't got caught up on Sister Wives lately, like the actual
Oh
TV
my
show.
gosh. It's a mess.
It sounds like it. I've kind of caught nits and pieces of it here and there, and I'm just like, what?
I've always watched it, and it's a mess.
Yeah, I've always watched it too, but you know, now that I'm like streaming like this every day, I don't get to
Yeah.
watch as much TV.
Right.
And I don't like watching like recaps of stuff because I feel like I miss too much. I want to like see everything.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll end up doing is one weekend I'll end up binging the whole season, you know?
Right. Catch
But
up.
I guess Janelle flat loses her temper on his hind end, which good for her.
Oh yeah, she does.
Good for her.
Yeah, it was funny. He needs it. Ugh.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta send Dale a text real quick. Hold on just a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Me and you, banana.
Yep. We're hanging out.
Yep.
Oh, finally
Ooh.
finished the nails.
Oh, there you go. Yay.
Got them done. I don't do them as often because it takes forever. I just hate waiting for my polish to dry because I just use regular polish.
But I'm saying sometimes.
I usually wind up hitting it on something, and then I get a smudge or something, and then I get mad.
We are back from break.
Oh, we are back. We are back. We are back. Yeah, we're back, but I don't think they've called the jury back in yet, have they?
All right. Please rise for the jurors.
Oh, here they come.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Martin Orlowitz. Mr. Orlowitz, to remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Mr. Orlowitz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowitz, MartinOrlowicz.
And Mr. Orlowitz, how are you presently employed?
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the state of New Hampshire the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with a forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab, or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish several slides.
May we approach?
Yes.
Sidebar City. I'm wondering if they're having an objection to him being an expert witness. Hmm. I agree, Patricia. She said it's glad to see a younger person. That I feel like it's a hard field to get into these days. You used to be able to get a job like that with on the job training alone. Yeah, it's true. Very, very true. Abigail made it. Yay. She caught up with everybody.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yep. Nope, you're good.
Hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And now they're back.
I always try to head out at times when it's not, I mean, like, I try to head out at times whenever, I feel like it's going to be a good time, when I won't be, like, needed. But, oof, I was like, wait a minute. Wait. I'm on the pot. Hold on a minute.
Clarify the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-rich skin.
So, Mr. Rolowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction-ridge skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridge skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridge skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridge skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridge skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These two images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridge skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridge skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction-ridge skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy essentially of your friction ridge skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction ridge skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction ridge skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or a known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction ridge skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction ridge detail can be left behind. If some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction ridge detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction ridge detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the two impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources, there's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail, but the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
So I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into 2 ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is this photo is showing specifically those 3 features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges, the edge shape of the ridges look like. This level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct, yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate. So there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection. All right, the idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe, I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Having seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Rolowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the bottom, from the baggage. The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike down the States Exhibit 73.
Any objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Rolowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction ridge detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, I don't blame you there, Ween Baby. I wouldn't want to either. Get where you're going safely, please.
Mr. Rolowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 109 through 135. And I'm just going to ask that you review each of those items in turn and just look up when you've had an opportunity to review all of them. recognize those items, States Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish. So strike ID for States Exhibit. What's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling, it's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number, so L1, and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2, L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned?
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point to yours or
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
Can you identify in that photograph just each of the areas that you designated?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one. This is a closer view of those same 4 areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found, beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first, and so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again, the friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge, or at a bifurcation, or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to States Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
The in my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay. And I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to State's Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the features, I'm in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Got him, Amy? Yes.
It was Adam Montgomery. Of course it was.
Yes.
I know,
We figured
right? Could you imagine if they didn't have any of his DNA anywhere? Oh my God, how awful would that be?
Exactly. It'd be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Did
Patricia.
you hear there's been a shooting at the Kansas City Chiefs parade?
No.
Yeah, I don't know how many or if any are injured. They've got two. I thought they said they had two suspects, in custody, but.
Wow.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point
So it's
during your
happening, I guess.
involvement on this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This
L8?
is L8.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as State's Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is State's Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E, I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels?
Yeah, there's let me run over here real quick. The fingerprints can wait for a minute. I don't know which one of these videos. Hold on a second. We have let me share this. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can. That wasn't wanting to play. I couldn't get that to load. Let me go down here. There was a video down here, but is this it? I don't think this is it.
I wouldn't think, but QB said that all victims have been transported except grazed victim, they think. No victim count or status. Still have 10 ambulances on site, staging for witnesses. Another report of shooting, but maybe fireworks.
Okay. Let me run over here real quick and see if I can find another live coverage of it. I couldn't get that link to
come up or work right.
Another gunshot wound at another location nearby. What in the world?
Well, they thought it could be fireworks, but they weren't sure, I guess. I thought they had 2 people in custody, but the last I read.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this
page
to load, but it will not load for me.
JB put another link in there in Discord if you want to look at it. She just did. I asked QB if they had 2 people in custody. She said, all I've heard is 1 so far. Haven't heard anything about a second.
Mm. Just hold on.
It may be an article that she sent, but it's oh, now she's got a one up video, I
Here, I
think.
got something up here. Hold on.
Ween Baby says I see 2.
Respond, and it looks like secure this, I believe, a 2-mile route. We celebrated the Chiefs' victory in Super Bowl 57. It is very sad to know that Stacey Graves, the chief of police there, who is fairly new, is now having to respond, and it looks like in some active duty situation right now. It looks like they are going now below ground there. There are some tunnels and some basement areas under Union Station. I don't want to speculate on what's going on there, but this was a fear that I had, and I know that law enforcement, the FBI, they have spent over $1 million this year. Went from $750,000 last year on security up to $1 million now to try to secure this, I believe, a 2-mile route that the players, other dignitaries. I was actually in the parade last year along with Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver. Of course, we had nothing to do with the Super Bowl. We celebrated the Chiefs' victory in Super Bowl 57. It is very sad to know that Stacey Graves, the chief of police there, who is fairly new, is now having to respond, and it looks like in some active duty situation right now. It looks like they're going now below ground there. There are some tunnels
Does
and
it keep
some
playing that over and
basement
over?
areas under Union
I think
Station.
so. Yeah.
What's going on there, but
I'm hearing
this
different
was,
stuff, but seeing,
and I know that law enforcement,
unless they're just on the same area and different people.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell.
Is that through the link JB sent you?
No,
The
that was
last
on
one?
Twitter. The one that she sent me, I'm looking for right now. Okay, here's a feed. Hold
CNN.
on. Um, Let me share it. Hold on. I had to find the right one.
Shootings that you see. And we are joined now by Manuel and Patricia Oliver, who of course are the parents of Joaquin Oliver, known lovingly as Guac by so many of his friends and family, who was killed that day 6 years ago in his creative writing class. We had an entirely different interview that we were going to
Oh, shoot. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
You're fine, Jenny. QB says they're chasing 2 juveniles that ran from the scene. She's been listening on the scanner.
Oh, was she?
Yeah. Where she is, I think, right now.
Mm. Trying to get this one video to load, but it flat will not load for nothing.
Yeah.
This one from the KMBC
Right.
station, I cannot get it to load. Oh wait, here's something. Hold on. No, that one's that one that I just watched myself was like a viewer video.
Yeah.
Like a 30-second clip.
JB's still looking, she said.
Good Lord, I wonder, was Taylor Swift there?
I don't know.
Doubtful,
I don't know.
right?
Yeah, well, I'm sure she wasn't where all those people were, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Those are probably just the public.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm thinking, anyway. I'm not positive, but because I couldn't find enough, I just found article, and then my mom saw it was seeing it on the news. JB said most live feed I'm finding are on YouTube.
Okay. Does she have a news state? I'll run over there. Let me see.
Oh, Kel said that no, she has concerts in Australia this weekend, so they're saying she wasn't there.
Oh, okay, good. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, JB put another link in Discord again. You might try it. It's YouTube.
Okay. I have one here. Let me try it and see
Okay.
if it works.
All right.
In law enforcement, and command and control is vital in these situations. Who's the ultimate commander? Who has the responsibilities, and then who meets out those responsibilities will be paramount when it comes down to investigating the shooting, determining who the suspects are, determining what their motives were. This is then don't forget that there's a prosecutorial component to this, right? Because the district attorneys or the federal officials, because this case could go federal depending on the firearms that were used and what is doled out to the different law enforcement agencies from the law enforcement agencies. Will this be a federal prosecution? Will it be a state prosecution? The case has to be the witnesses. You have to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt for the eventual prosecution. It is a ton of moving parts, and of course, you have so many dynamics at work here, considering the different units, the different investigative components that will be at play here, and organizing that into a fashion where the questions are answered and people are satisfied with the knowledge that they get. This is all part of the challenge of effective law enforcement.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now in these very active feeds, Randy, different people who are being interviewed here by media on the ground there. How critical is it to talk with potential bystanders in this investigation?
Oh, it's absolutely essential. There are potentially not hundreds of witnesses, thousands of witnesses, right? You have the
This is a different one, the one that JB sent.
That's a local. They're local news in Kansas City. See, now that says 2 people detained. They probably don't know all the information yet, of course.
Yeah, there it says it. Multiple people shot.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Good grief. What was going on with the other? The other place they said wasn't there like more shots fired or something?
Yeah, I thought that's what she said they were talking about on the thing, scanner, I guess.
Wow.
I'm surprised they don't have anybody talking on there.
Yeah. Well, baby. Hi.
The city
Share
Chiefs
this one
Super
again.
Bowl parade. Of course, they beat the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday night in Las Vegas. They are back in Kansas City. They hosted at Union Station. This is where the shooting took place. And of course, we're learning information from the Kansas City police saying the shots have been fired at Union Station. They're telling people to leave that area. Of course, they're talking shots were fired. 2 armed people in custody. We're also learning that 8 to 10 people have been injured during this incident. Not 8 to 10 people shot. It is 8 to 10 people potentially injured in this, revolving around this incident. So that could be from shots fired, that could be from other things, just around the kind of chaos involved in this. We were speaking to experts there. Randy Sutton, he has been a valuable resource to us here on Live Now from Fox about all of this. Shots were fired west of Union Station. This, according to the Kansas City police, near the garage, multiple people were struck. Of course, they wrapped up the ceremony. This happened probably 5 or 10 minutes after the rally taking place for the Kansas Chiefs. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes spoke. Tight end Travis Kelce spoke. Head coach Andy Reid on hand as well. It was certainly jubilation as they won back-to-back Super Bowl titles for Kansas City. They're chanting three-peat, and that very quickly turned.
Coming in here
and rushing in, doctors as well that have been coming in. They've obviously implemented some sort of mass shooting protocol. You see what looks to be a medical staff member running into the emergency entrance right now. And we've also seen Truman Medical Center staff that have been on standby. There have been multiple stretchers out here in the ambulance bay to receive victims into the emergency department. A lot of people really just on standby. And the other thing, I mentioned family. There are several family members who were not down at the rally, but they'd heard from other family members that their loved one had been shot. And you see a lot of these people have just been here waiting for information. We spoke with one woman who said her brother was actually shot in the face. Another man who said his sister was shot. He did not know where she was shot, but they've received devastating news on what was an amazing day here in Kansas City. And now it's turned into a tragedy. A lot of people are really, really concerned about their family members and trying to figure out what's next, trying to find out any information they can from staff members here at University Health at Truman Medical Center.
All right. Hey, Matt, thanks. Rick Burkholder of the Kansas City Chiefs. And just for Rick is Vice President of Sports Medicine and Performance for the Kansas City Chiefs. And we've had some people reach out and ask us through emails. Rick Burkholder just posting this on Twitter, which is now known as X. My wife and I, along with Coach Reed and his family, are safe and on a bus headed to Arrowhead. And he thanks Kansas City, Missouri Police and others. So it appears as if judging from this post, that members of the Kansas City Chiefs and their family members, front office staff, are apparently okay and have been taken away from Union Station. And again, we're getting those sorts of questions, and we're relying on all of the sources that we can get our hands on right now to try to bring you the best information possible. So for those who are curious about that, that's what we know right now.
We talked about the reunification location. There's now only one inside Union Station. Kansas City Police just tweeting that out for us this afternoon.
All right, more live pictures there from in front of Union Station as a police van is starting to move away from that scene. And we still see law enforcement. Yeah, we still see law enforcement officers running from one place to the next, which obviously anytime that happens gets our attention, and suddenly our radar is up again. There's a Jackson County Sheriff's deputy
with a gun. Oh boy.
We're not sure what is going on here. All right, we have some new numbers here. The Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department is telling ABC News 10 people were confirmed shot in this multiple incident in front of Union Station today. One person is dead. 3 people right now are in critical condition. So 10 people confirmed shot. 1 person is dead. 3 of those wounded are in critical condition. This, according to ABC News, their source being the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Now, that's where the number stands right now. That's not to say this number won't change as law enforcement continues to develop information and get a clearer sense of just what it was that happened and how many people were hurt. But that's what we have right now.
And again, we have a crew right now at Truman Medical Center, and Matt Fleener, is he available to talk?
That shot's TMC right now. Truman Medical Center, University Health, as they are treating some of the wounded from this scene at Union Station. And just our crew is safe. Len Jennings, Laura Moritz, and our photographers and production staff were obviously in the middle of their reporting when all of this happened, and our crew heard those gunshots along with a security detail that we were using for today. And as Laura reported in the early stages of this, that's kind of how we found out what happened, was through that security detail. They had heard from police that, in fact, shots had been fired. as another ambulance is rolling into Truman Medical Center, University Health, just blocks away from Union Station.
And you saw the caution tape up there. And again, we understand 5 people are being brought to Truman Medical Center. We've also seen several EMS trucks going into Children's Mercy Hospital emergency room. What we can confirm from Truman Medical Center that 2 gunshot victims are being treated there. We have 1 en route, and 2 additional victims have non-gunshot injuries. And so
there may also be a increased police presence right now in the area of the IRS building, which is just down the street on Pershing Road from Union Station, as federal agents, the FBI and Homeland SWAT, are asking for some help. Apparently, there is a report of a man trying to get into the IRS building. Whether that individual has anything to do with this, we don't know. But all of that is happening right now, and that might help explain why we saw some law enforcement officers on the run there just moments ago. Let us go back to KMBC9's Dennis Evans. Do we have Dennis? Yes. Dennis Evans, who is, I think the last time I saw you, Dennis, you were, what, across the street from the Westin?
Yes, we are still across the street from the Westin, and in this spot, it is where we've seen a lot of people who are leaving the scene, who came down to spend time with families. And just a minute ago, we saw one group who had a reunion. There was a man who had been looking frantically for his kids. He said he was down by the stage when the gunshots went off. He heard gunshots and he immediately went into a panic mode because he could not find his children. And his children were actually there with him at this moment when we saw the reunion. And his children said that when they heard the loud banging, they weren't sure what it was, and they spun around and they got separated from their father. And the father said he went inside the building. He was actually inside of Union Station at one point with the police officers. They were trying to help him find his kids. They went to 3 to 4 different locations to try to help him get reunited with them. And as I was walking down the sidewalk, it was such an emotional reunion because clearly the children and their mother, they were worried about him and he was worried about them. And when they got together, they just gave each other such a huge hug because there was so much emotion involved. We've had so many people, I know just being here, I've had family members and friends, asking me if I'm okay. So I think there's so many people down here who just want to make sure that their loved ones are okay. And so I think there are still several people who are still looking and trying to connect with family members. We have not had any cell service pretty much the whole time that we've been down here. It's been kind of touch and go, and it's made it so difficult to try to be in touch with people. So I think right now there's still a lot of people who are concerned and want their families to know that they are okay. And the scene, we'll take another look down there, it's pretty much blocked off right now. The police have everything.
Takes a back seat, and you are simply going to the threat. It's amazing to see. That's exactly what is happening, and you have officers just running to deal with the threat.
Yeah, it is kind of something to see, a sight to see that you don't usually get, is because all these media members were on hand for this ceremony. And then you kind of see just in the aftermath, people filing out as they are kind of going to the exits, going to their cars, going home after the celebration. But obviously you are formerly with the FBI. We were speaking with someone with the Las Vegas Police Department, a lieutenant there. How much is there cohesion amongst different groups like this at a massive event? Maybe how much does the challenge with you coming together with the FBI, with different city and state officials as well?
So these planning events are rehearsed, and even though the Kansas City Chiefs win, and then you're having a parade within a few days of that win, I guarantee you that
injury that is being treated. That is the information that we have right now from official sources, and there's all kinds of obviously information flying through social media.
down here during the midst of this celebration. As we continue to look for answers, people are just wanting to make sure that their families and loved ones who came down here today for a Super Bowl celebration are doing okay. Send it back to you, Chris.
Yeah, that is the scene right now. Live pictures from across the street from the Westin, just to the east of Union Station. And now this is the scene in front of Truman Medical Center, University Health. You see that gentleman to the right in a Travis Kelce number 87 Chiefs jersey, and obviously distraught. Presumably someone he knows, whether it's a family or a friend, is inside being treated. Once again, Kansas City, Missouri firefighters telling ABC News one person is dead after what happened. 9 people are injured, so that's 10 people hit, 1 dead. 5 people are in serious condition right now. 3 are in critical, and there is at least 1 non-life-threatening injury that is being treated right now. Again, that's the number we have right now. That number is quite possibly likely to change. But that is the information that we have right now from official sources, and there's all kinds of, obviously, information flying through social media, and we're trying to be as careful as we can to bring you the best information that we have possible in such a fluid situation.
And police say several children are still needing reunification following the shooting. The only child reunification location is inside Union Station, according to police. Now, police says to contact the officers nearest to you for reunification information. So this is still fluent as we are speaking. But again, as Chris just mentioned, we know of at least 10 people are victims and 1 dead at this point.
Is there's not the same helicopter presence that we had a few moments ago. It looks like the police helicopters have either needed to land to refuel or are no longer needed on this scene, but it has become much quieter here. I'm hearing ambulances off in the distance. As a matter of fact, I see an ambulance pulling towards the east side of Union Station with lights on right now in transit. Not sure what's happening there. It's a little bit out of my viewpoint, but I don't see anybody running right now. Everything appears calm. It sounds much calmer now at this moment than it did just 5 minutes ago, though I do still hear police sirens off in the distance. That's what it looks like from here at the Liberty Museum and Memorial. Chris.
All right, Katie, thanks. Before we go to KMBC 9's Kelly Eckerman, wanted to report this real quick, and because we're getting questions into our newsroom from people who are wondering about the Chiefs players and staff. Andrew Stockey, who is from our Hearst sister station, WTAE in Pittsburgh, just posted on X. He spoke with family members for Chiefs wide receiver Justin Watson, and he tells his family players and players' families who are inside Union Station are safe. So everybody apparently with the Chiefs group are okay. So that is certainly good news.
Good news to hear. And before we move on to Kelly, we just want to mention that 3 victims are now in critical condition, 5 are in serious condition, and 1 has non-life-threatening injuries. So that's an update from Kansas City Police that they just tweeted out.
Let's go to Kelly Eckerman right now, who I think is still, across the street from the Westin?
Yes, we're at Pershing and Grand, and we were talking about they're definitely clearing out the area at this point, but there's still confusion, a lot of folks wondering what to do. I just ran into Jennifer, and she was actually right in front of the stage when all this went down. What exactly happened?
All of a sudden, we see people running, and we hear gunshots, and we take off running, look over, and there's a guy next to us on the ground. And then they told us we have to come up here, and our car is at Union Station. So we're up here wandering around we can't go, everything's on lockdown. You can't go inside a building, so you're just walking around out here. And they had somebody else get shot up here where they told us to walk to. And then we've got 2 people that came with us.
I was going to say, at this point, you haven't been able to reunite with.
And so we're just out here wandering around on foot because the place we have to go to report a missing is not walkable distance.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm just looking.
We're
So
out
at this
here,
point,
I
you're
feel
kind of
like
in
a target out here in the middle of.
Well, we're surrounded by police and security, so I think that we're
But it's
okay
just,
right now. But
you
but
know.
I understand the frustration and the concern right now
Yeah.
because you're still
As a
missing.
mother, and then I have another mother's 2 kids with me. she's freaking out, you know. So I'm trying to keep my son safe and try to find them too at the same time. And nobody knows. We're walking back and forth, not knowing where to go.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get you some help here. But I'm glad that you're safe at this point, and good luck linking up with the rest of your loved ones. Again, they are clearing out the area. They are sending folks who need to be reunited with loved ones to a specific location. But again, their car is at Union Station, and that has been, they aren't letting anyone in there right now. So there's still a lot going on here, and still a lot for people to deal with here, because that is now a crime scene. But we continue to talk to folks who obviously no one expected this, and there's still a lot of fear from what they just went through. Back to you.
All right, Kelly, thanks. We are awaiting a statement from Mayor Lucas and Police Chief Stacey Graves in front of Kansas City, Missouri Police Headquarters. That is scheduled for 3:30 this afternoon. Ready? Yeah, Laura Martz, are you on the phone with us?
Let's go to Laura.
I'm on the phone, Kristen Bria. What happened was we were in our location that we were bringing you rally and parade coverage, and that became part of the crime scene. And right as we were ready to leave, they made us stay in place again because a suspect was located, another suspect evidently was located inside the garage at Union Station. So we waited there for a while, and then they let us come to where we are now at Pershing and Kessler. And we're going to bring you a live shot here in just a couple moments for getting everything set up and ready to roll. We are also going to have a briefing here with Jake Sakina with the Kansas City Police Department here momentarily. Got multiple members of the media on the corner waiting for that to happen as well. And I heard you say that Chief Graves and Mayor Quentin Lucas are going to be giving a briefing in front of the police department. So things have calmed a little bit, but, you know, the minute I say that, there's another development. You know, just a few minutes ago, we thought everything had calmed down, and then all of a sudden we hear, you know, all the police scanners, because there's police everywhere, and they're going after a suspect in the garage. So, but as of right now, right this minute, it seems like things are much calmer. It's just the crime scene is actually going to stretch all the way up the hill, they told us, to the Liberty Museum and Memorial. So it is going to just be a huge area that they're investigating as they continue to widen the perimeter down here. So, Kristen Bria, we're going to bring a live picture to you momentarily, but that's what we're doing right now. We're going to get new information from Kansas City Police here in just a few minutes, and we're going to bring you live pictures of everything that's happening down here. We still have several
for this city to a very frightening low. We're talking about going from the city coming together by the thousands, if not now looking at the aftermath of this event turning deadly, Alicia.
And this is live. What you just saw was not live, was video from earlier at Kansas City, Missouri Police Headquarters, where we assume we'll get updated numbers on casualties from not one but two shootings. Once the Chiefs' victory celebration was ending on stage there at Union Station to the west of Union Station, shots broke out not once, but apparently twice. Police have people in custody. We know of 2 people, possibly a third in custody. We know that 10 people were hit. 1 person is dead, and others are being treated right now for their injuries, many of those injuries serious.
More information from the University Health Truman Medical Center. Here's the latest. We are treating 3 gunshot victims. The 2 other individuals who were not shot in this incident are also being treated. So that's a 5 that we talked about.
Matt Fleener's there at TMC right now. Matt?
Chris, Bria, it's just been an incredible scene to see ambulances coming in here, the staff at the University Health Truman Medical Center that have been on standby. In fact, I could still see some of the back in the bay right now that are just waiting for anybody else who may be coming here. And Bria, as you just said, University Health Truman Medical Center treating 3 gunshot victims, 2 other individuals who were not shot in this whole incident today. The statement continued that University Health is a level 1 trauma center. Of course, the best trauma center, one of the best trauma centers here in the Kansas City area. The victims brought here from the Union Station incident are being treated by the best trauma specialists in the city. Our entire staff is aware of the incident, and all of our hearts go out to the victims and their families. They're working right now to get us the conditions of those people who have been brought here. And I can tell you there have been several family members that are here. And in fact, staff from Truman Medical Center just came out and they just brought them to the chapel. I would say it was a good 20 people that were here assembled in their Chiefs gear. A lot of people who had just been at the rally or people who had heard from family members and rushed down here to the emergency department. And now they've been moved to a separate location, probably getting some sort of briefing on how their family members are doing. And it's just been surreal. It's obviously, the people here at Truman Medical Center are trained for this. They go through these drills of mass shooting situations. And today they had to activate it. And it's just the toughest day to do it because it was such a beautiful day here in Kansas City. The weather was great. So many people who were out enjoying themselves. And then at the end of this rally, this terrible thing happens. And but they have been moving very quickly. We've seen doctors and nurses and staff moving in here very quickly, running in to help and try and help these victims who have come here. I also will say we're here on Hospital Hill. We're right now at 24th and Holmes in front of the emergency department. Just up the hill right here is Children's Mercy. And we did see earlier, probably about 30 minutes ago, 3 ambulances go there to Children's Mercy. We're working to get some more information exactly how many people are being treated at Children's Mercy today as well. But again, those family members, they're off at the chapel right now getting briefed on what's next, what the next process is from here. And we'll continue to stand by and figure out exactly how the people inside right now who are being treated after the shooting, after the Chiefs rally are doing.
Matt, thank you again for those of you who are just joining us. We know 1 person is dead, 9 are injured from the shooting. 3 victims are in critical condition, 5 are in serious condition, and 1 has non-life-threatening injuries. And Katie, you've been there where you are right now all morning. Tell us the latest. Do you have any?
QB is like sending out
except that we were watching that police officer on top of the Westin rapidly run across the rooftop, take aim at something down towards Crown Center. We're not sure what. He has since taken a more relaxed stance, if you will, but that certainly caught our attention when he went running. And that was one of the signs that my guests who join us now noted when all of this shooting began. They were down on the lawn. Please tell me your name. You can just give me your first name.
Trudy.
And Daryl.
And you were down there. How did you know something was happening?
We saw the police come pouring out of the stadium down there, and the snipers came up on both sides.
So you looked up and saw the snipers?
Yeah, that's what caught our attention for sure. Yeah, it's kind of a tense moment.
Okay. And then did people look panicked around you? Were people questioning?
Down below, it looked more so. Up where we were at, I think everybody was just leaving.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm so thankful that everybody was able to leave. And you were then able to find information on your phone.
You said, no, well, actually, our son called us right away and said, "Are you okay?" So yeah, that's how we knew something actually happened. We weren't really sure what happened exactly, but.
Right. Well, I'm so glad you guys got out of there safely and are just kind of up here above it all. And a day that started with a love letter to the Kansas City Chiefs as they were celebrating their 2nd in a row Super Bowl, unfortunately may now be known as the shooting on the celebration of the Super Bowl. back down to you.
All right, Katie, thanks. We're going to rejoin our Len Jennings and Laura Moritz here in just a moment. We're still trying to get a full assessment of the injured and where they are and what the nature of their injuries might be. At Children's Mercy Hospital, Lisa Augustine, a spokesperson, they have received patients. Didn't know how many or many other details. The University of Kansas Health System is treating one person wounded in this shooting, according to the people there. Len and Laura, and you're not all that far from where you were when all of this happened.
No, it's just really been nuts, to tell you the truth. No, we were about a half a block in front of Union Station, and what happened was we heard the gunshots, for those of you who are just tuning in, and we're starting to hear that a lot of people from around the country are hearing what's going on in Kansas City, because we're getting text messages from a lot of people. But what was happening is that we were asked to get down and just kind of get off the platform that we were on by our security detail. The photojournalists were working with Todd Umbleman, and our security detail both heard the gunfire, the initial gunfire that set all of this off today. We did not, because we had our headsets on.
That's correct. And then we did hear the second round of gunshots. Of course, there are hundreds of thousands of people here in front of Union Station, so you could tell that there was chaos with some of the people who were here for the rally. They just had nowhere to go, because most of the people here didn't have much of an idea that something was happening.
Yeah.
So we were about, like Laura said, about a half a block away. We were asked to clear that area probably about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago. But as we were clearing, there was another situation that was happening in the garage just to the west of Union Station, that there was something happening in the garage. So we were asked to stay put until that scene was contained. We have seen with our eyes, we've seen two people in handcuffs taken away. Again, we're still waiting word on how many suspects there are. And as I know, more information is coming in on the victims as well. So this is the scene that we're sitting at right now. Of course, Stacey Graves with the Kansas City Police Department, Mayor Quentin Lucas, they're expected to address the media just to our right within the next 10, 15 minutes.
Right, and we'll get one from Jake Bikina with KCPD as well. Yeah, so we've been moved to this location. You can see this crime scene tape that's behind us. I mean, this goes all the way down and around Union Station. The Chiefs players and staff members and family members were inside Union Station for quite a long time. And it was very disturbing to see law enforcement continue to run inside Union Station when we knew that there were a lot of people in there. But they have since been loaded on the buses and have moved and are back to where they came from.
And this all started right when the rally ended. I mean, it couldn't have been a split second later when the rally ended, when the first gunshots were first heard, just again into this area, which is just the west, in the front west lawn in front of Union Station is where the first gunshots, and that's where police officers were kind of rushing to the scene. And then we heard other gunshots. It was unclear to where we heard that was happening, but we saw a chaos, right? Like we saw fans not knowing where they were going to go. They were stuck. Hundreds of thousands of fans here in front of Union Station. People who knew that something was wrong were stuck. They couldn't go anywhere because some fans were leaving one way, other fans were leaving another way, not knowing. So it was a frightening situation for all the people who were here who knew that something wrong was happening. Kelly Eckerman was speaking to a couple of the people, and you kind of sensed or you felt the fear that they were feeling. Yeah.
And the entire tone of the front of Union Station just changed immediately from something that was a celebration on stage all morning long. It just had been, no incidents, just a celebration of hundreds of thousands of Chiefs fans really just enjoying the beautiful weather on this Valentine's Day. And the tone couldn't have changed quicker. And I think what was startling from our vantage point is we knew something horrific had happened, but we knew that so many people had not. So they're going about their business, you know, just kind of enjoying the day. And they have yet to realize what's going on, because law enforcement acted very swiftly, moving into the situation. And I should mention, you know, there are no metal detectors. You can't have metal detectors getting all these people in here. So, you know, it's a situation that is heavily secure in terms of having many layers of law enforcement doing their job and trying to protect people. But there's no stopping anyone from bringing weapons in here, unfortunately.
And we're going to hear more from the Kansas City Police Department as far as how everything was controlled after the first gunshots and the second gunshots, or how many more gunshots were heard. We'll get more information from there. But one of the things that we also witnessed was, even though there was chaos, even though there was so many people here witnessing the parade, the Kansas City Police Department were able to kind of clear out the perimeter, which is, there's a big giant fountain inside or outside Union Station. So they were able to rope that off, and their perimeter kind of kept expanding and expanding until it eventually got to us, where we had to leave the area. But all the way up the hill, up to where the Liberty Hill Memorial is, they were able to clear out all the fans. So they were out probably faster than one could expect to try to get hundreds of thousands of fans to safety.
And to move them off the perimeter. The other thing that is just, I can't get out of my mind and my heart at this point is the fact that, you know, because it's such a beautiful day, and because practically all of the major school districts had called this a red snow day, there were a ton of kids here, little kids, kids of all ages, with their families, with their friends. You know, we watched these little kids tumble and play football in front of us all morning long. And to think that, you know, really just not so many feet from where they were, the first gunshots went off. So the fact that there have been patients taken to Children's Mercy is something that, you know, it is going to weigh heavily on people's minds, just because there were just so many families here.
And it was difficult to see so many people still celebrating the moment of the team, and in that same crowd, the look of horror on people's faces together, just because what they were seeing and what other people weren't seeing. And we saw that. And you don't get that out of your mind, because you want to say there's something that's happening, and you just couldn't. And that's where your hats off to the police department, because you hate to imagine, it's already a horrible, horrific scene, but you hate to imagine what would have happened if 300, 400,000 people, how many people were here, knew what was happening.
That's right. I mean,
because
and to be honest, you know, because it happened at the very end, it didn't happen in the middle. You know, people their minds were, we're going to head toward our cars. You know, we're going to head up. So there were, you know, for most people, especially up on the hill and everything, they were heading to their cars, and they were going to find out about this later on. And I am grateful for that, because we knew we were going to have to explain exactly what had happened to all these people, and it taints the entire day and what we were originally here to celebrate in our fine city.
We have another ambulance who's making way. We may have to kind of move over a little bit, but again, it's still very much not as active, but there is still a heavy police presence. There are still ambulances at the scene. Another ambulance is arriving here. And I know that momentarily we're going to hear from the Kansas City Police Department and get more details on the situation here. Let me.
Todd, right behind you, an ambulance is coming. So, yeah, I mean, that is the situation. And Bria and Chris, I know our newsroom is working, you know, tirelessly to try and get updated information so we can let people know, you know, the absolute latest as to who is in custody, and you know, the people who are being treated. We know that one person has died in all of this. Oh, okay, let's go to Matt Evans, who's now on the scene. Matt, what can you tell us?
Todd.
The dude has no audio. The dude has no audio.
That's what we've seen here.
There we go.
Right now, obviously, we've been here for it seems like a couple hours at this point, where police were kind of feeding everybody out from Pershing, from Union Station itself. We talked to a lot of people as they were walking out, who told us that they heard several gunshots. They weren't sure if they were fireworks or gunshots. There were also some fireworks in the area going off, so it was pretty confusing for everybody at the time. And then people started running. They heard more. And people eventually tried to get out. I talked to one family who was barricaded inside of Union Station for about 30 minutes. They heard gunshots and just started running over barricades to get to some kind of safety. Obviously, we're not getting much information from police at this location. We're told there is a media station there just a little bit further up Pershing here, but this is as far as we've been allowed to go this entire time. We've seen a lot of Kansas City, Missouri police officers, Jackson County Sheriff's deputies with long guns. There was one point where there was some concern about the IRS building across from Union Station as well. We were pushed back. We saw tactical units getting into the IRS building too. So not sure if that was really anything or not, but there was not much that came out of that building. So that was at least some good news. A lot of people that were still kind of ducking for cover in that moment. But obviously the mood that we've heard from everybody here has just absolutely shifted from one of jubilation, of just excitement about the Kansas City Chiefs to just sheer terror. And this is something that obviously Kansas City police train for. They have been this worst case scenario for them. Obviously, you're hoping that this never happens, but their officers responded very quickly. It was pretty evident that something was wrong. We were not at the rally at the time of the shooting. We were a few blocks away, but it was pretty evident that something was going on, because the police helicopter began doing some really tight circles over the crowd. You hear the sirens, and obviously we're now just trying to figure out exactly what happened with all of this. It's tough to put into words exactly what people here in Kansas City are feeling after this. It's obviously, we know that this is going to be an investigation that'll be very thorough into what happened, into who was involved, into all of the things surrounding this and leading up to that shooting. And of course, this is something that we'll need to learn more from police and city leaders in the coming hours, the coming days, weeks, and maybe even the coming months. Jackson Kurtz is here with us too. He was at the parade site. I'd like to bring him in too. We're on the same live unit. But Jackson, I'm just going to hand the mic off to you and just walk us through what you saw when all this happened.
Thank you, Matt. We were leaving the Union Station area when this was going on, and we saw about 6 or 7 police cars zoom right past us, and about 4 or 5 ambulances as well. Notable that a couple of these were completely not anywhere close to Kansas City. Some places in Kansas, some places in Missouri all responding. And as we walked up to where we are right now on Broadway and Pershing, we saw about 8 or 10 long gunmen of Jackson County Sheriff's Department running towards the federal building here. I'm not sure what that was exactly, if that was related to it, if they were apprehending more people, but definitely something that we were watching. We saw another man get put into a police vehicle, unsure if he was just unrelated to the shooting, but most of these people here terrified of what happened. Lots of people still walking back towards where we are away from Union Station. I could only assume that they were inside or nearby this shooting. So many people telling Matt and I about how scared they were. One video that a viewer sent us that showed us this happened almost immediately after the music stopped after the rally at Union Station. It's like a 15-second window. The music stops playing. People are celebrating. They're singing Red Kingdom, another Chief song, and then immediately you start seeing a video of the shaking and people scared, trying to figure out what was going on, running inside of Union Station. So we're still waiting to get more of an update from Kansas City Police, still waiting to get an update on those people who are critically injured, any more people that are injured, and just how many people are hurt tonight from this shooting. Completely different change of tone of what we saw this morning, of celebration in Kansas City turning into just pure fear here. Not what you wanted, but whenever you go anywhere these days, it's something that we all have in the back of our mind, that this could happen anywhere. And unfortunately, it happened on one of the most celebratory days in Kansas City. So still lots of police here on the scene, lots of Jackson County Sheriff's Departments. I saw Belton, an ambulance from Belton drive past a couple minutes ago, but still see some ambulances down by Union Station. I don't know if there's people being taken in and out, but still plenty of police here on scene. Lots of folks still wondering what's happening, but about 2 hours ago is when really the flood of people started to leave. So still some people who were inside coming this way off Pershing and Broadway. Still it's just a scene we're monitoring. I'm going to give it back to Matt here to wrap up this update here right now and see what else we know, Matt.
Yeah, and Jackson, it's something you mentioned too. A lot of people probably weren't even aware of this situation as they were leaving the rally. We saw some people who clearly knew what had happened, and then others who were still trying to celebrate, still trying to enjoy a party that clearly that it's not a party anymore. This is now a crime scene investigation, and that's what we're seeing kind of behind us here, where you see this white tape up on the east side, or on the west side of Union Station, that is. So exactly where this shooting happened, we're not sure. We've kind of been on the outside. Obviously, cell service has been very spotty through this entire ordeal, but we're still seeing a lot of police kind of meet at this side. We saw at least 5 or 6 ambulances leave from this side, and several more before we were able to get this close that were leaving with lights and sirens on as well. So, I mean, obviously there's a lot of questions that a lot of people have, but at this point, there's not much information we have here, obviously. So it's kind of maybe when investigators get in and start really taking account of all those things.
Lexi, I'm gonna give it back over. Update as she's working on the technical side. I'm trying to give you an update because obviously this happened some 90 minutes ago or so, and we are piecing it together as we go. But hopefully we'll have more information in the coming minutes there with Kansas City Police.
Yeah, Andy, thanks so much. A good summary there from some excellent sources we've been talking to throughout our coverage here. So you're taking a look right now at the setup for the news conference that's expected to start any moment now, running about 10 minutes late from the initial time we were told. You can see the podium there off to the right of your screen. We also have another shot that we're keeping an eye on here, another angle of this news conference that should be getting started here very, very soon. While we watch for this, though, we're also keeping an eye on other feeds that are coming in right now. It looks like we have some more witness reaction. We want to play that out for you here.
Is this on?
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Taking them live.
And Hunter, is it confirmed that? Okay. What are your guys' names?
Nicole.
Peter.
And you guys were near the fountains. Nicole and Peter.
And
Okay.
If you want
Do you guys want to scoot that way a little bit? Oh. Hi guys. Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so you can see a reporter here getting ready to talk with some folks at Fox 4 in Kansas City. She's just addressing them, talking with them for their newscast. We're going to wait for them to start talking here to play that out for you as we wait for this news conference to start.
All of a sudden, this guy came running through the crowd, and he's like, "Get out of my way." And we were like, okay. And then this family came up to us, mom, dad, and like a 9-year-old and like a 5-year-old, and they were bawling. And they said, "We just saw somebody get shot in the lawn." And I said, "Okay, we need to find the police. Like, let's like rally up. Let's find the police." And then all of a sudden, the crowd started just rushing us and like trampling everybody. And so we kind of moved about, and then we heard gunshots. And then he was like, "Dive into the fountain. Like, just dive into the fountain. Like, go into the fountain, keep your head down," and that kind of stuff. Like dove face first. No
You can
water.
see the mud stain on your leggings here.
Yes.
Is this ever something that you imagine that you guys would have to go through?
Ever. No, not ever.
Not on a day like
It's
today.
supposed
We're
to
all
be like
celebrating. I mean, everybody we talk to is all friendly.
doesn't matter who you are.
We met so many nice families and so many nice humans today, and it was just like a celebratory day. And then all of a sudden, like, this happened, and now it's like, I don't want our city to like be tarnished because of this, because we have a great city. Like, Kansas City is the #1 like nicest city in the world. Like, it's really sad.
What's going through
really
your mind
sad.
right now when this emotion comes up? What's your message?
When I saw those kids' faces about somebody getting hurt, like, they were tarnished and they were like scared. Like, and I don't know.
An incredibly emotional day. No worries. It's an incredibly emotional day. And this is when Kansas City can really come together and be there for each other. It was such a special moment when Kansas City.
Okay, so you've been listening in here to more of this reaction from people who were in attendance. Very scary to hear what they just described there. Of course, we're waiting for more of this information to be confirmed very soon as we wait for this news conference to get started. In the meantime, we're, as I mentioned, continuing to follow social media here. And I want to bring back in my colleague, Andy Mack, who has been following this very closely as well. Andy, we're seeing some response now from members of the Kansas City Chiefs.
And you mentioned just the jubilation that turns into chaos, and of course all these players kind of on the parade, in the bus, on the rally, up on the stage, speaking to this crowd of fans that are so excited. And I do, Lexi, I believe you have a tweet from Drew Tranquil. I want to put up a Chiefs linebacker. He says, "Please join me in prayers for all the victims in this heinous act. Pray that doctors, first responders would have steady hands and that all would experience full healing." Of course, he's a linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs. He was on hand. He was speaking to fans, signing autographs, meeting and greeting with fans. But that certainly turned very, very quickly here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Andy, thank you. Well, it looks like we have folks walking up to the podium right now. Let's take you out to this, as it looks like this news conference, and it may be a false alarm. It may have been people that were walking over to get set up. We just saw some, and it looks like we do have more people coming down right now. Kansas City officials getting ready to give us this update on a shooting that happened at the Super Bowl parade. Let's listen in here live.
Hi, everyone. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City. I'm joined today by Police Chief Stacey Graves, our Fire Chief Ross Grendison. After I'm done speaking, Police Chief Graves will give details on the incident that happened earlier today. A few things that I want to make sure we note at the outset. First, today, we had 600 Kansas City, Missouri Police Department officers, 250 from outside agencies. We went out today, like everyone in Kansas City, looking to have a celebration. That celebration was marred by a shooting today. And we recognize that there are some who are injured. We are praying for the safety of everyone. I've talked to a few different folks so far. One, we have spoken to the Kansas City Chiefs, who made clear that their prayers are with everyone who was at the parade today, everyone in Kansas City, and everyone who was touched by this incident. They also noted that their players, coaches, and staff are all accounted for at this point and safe. We, however, know that this is a fluid situation, so all that we are sharing now may change as the hours go ahead. We've also received a call from the White House that offered all federal assistance in the investigation. We had federal agencies present today. We appreciate that, and certainly in the days ahead and the hours ahead, we will make sure we continue to do this work. I will say personally, first, a thank you to the women and men of law enforcement, to the women and men who work with the Kansas City Fire Department and our other agencies. When the shooting started, I, like many others, ran for safety. I saw a number of agencies, including the Kansas City Police Department, officers with guns drawn who are running towards danger. We thank them for that. As I was leaving the scene, I saw members of our Kansas City Fire Department administering aid to folks who are seriously injured without concern for the shootings and the challenges that were near them. This is absolutely a tragedy, the likes of which we would have never expected in Kansas City, and the likes of which we will remember for some time. However, I want to say thank you to those who are making sure that we are safe today, those who are investigating this incident, and those who will continue to make sure that those who committed these acts today are brought to justice. We'll come back for some questions at the end of the Chief's comments, but now the Police Chief, Stacey Graves.
Chief Stacey Graves, Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. At the conclusion of the Chiefs rally today,
there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Immediately, officers responded to the area, took 2 people into custody, and also immediately rendered life-sustaining aid to those victims. We're still gathering information on the number and the status of victims. But like I said, we know that one of the victims is deceased. We also know that officers ran towards danger. Officers were there to keep everyone safe. I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. We had over 800 law enforcement officers, Kansas City and other agencies, at the location to keep everyone safe. Because of bad actors, which were very few, this tragedy occurred, even in the presence of uniformed law enforcement officers, who again ran towards them and took them into custody. To the people who were injured in this tragedy, our hearts go out to you and your families. This investigation is just beginning, and we are working safely to clear all surrounding areas and businesses. This is still an active investigation. We will continue to keep you updated. We will keep you updated on Twitter and most likely a follow-up press availability. Did you have anything? Are you saying one of the shooters is dead? No. One of our victims has been declared deceased. We have right now we have up to 10 to 15 injured. Yes. Right now, we do not have an exact number of people who were victims of a gunshot wound. It could be upwards from 10 to 15 with one deceased.
Do you know how many are in critical condition at this point?
I do not have conditions on our victims just yet.
Any believed to be children?
I do not believe that any of them were children.
Any law enforcement injured in this? First responders?
Nothing of note.
Chief, what prompted? What do you guys believe now prompted the shooting?
That is still under investigation. I myself was outside when I heard the shots fired. It is an ongoing investigation. It's going to take us a little bit to determine exactly what led up to the shooting. I will say, though, we do have 2 suspects in custody.
There are rumors circulating on social media that some fans may have helped detain one of those.
I have heard that as well. I have heard that fans got involved in the apprehension or the pursuit of one of the suspects. I cannot confirm that right now, but that is something that I have heard myself. Yes.
Talk about the response time, because you say 10 to 15 possible So can you talk about when this started, sort of a timeline from there to the point where your officers responded to the point where you had KCFD helping to
Absolutely.
Your first aid?
As soon as the rally concluded, there were shots fired on the west side of Union Station. Officers were on scene in the area. I know one of the suspects was immediately pursued on foot. Like I said, there's 2 suspects in custody. I have heard the information that was just requested. I will confirm or deny that. But after that, immediately officers began rendering life-sustaining aid, calling in fire, which is the fire department, to also assist those victims.
Do you know if there were more than 2 people taken into custody? Because we had 2 people, after you guys had made your announcement, there were 2 people in custody, 2 people live on our air being taken, handcuffed, put into vans. So can you tell us about that and the process as this investigation continues?
I don't know exactly the 2 that you're talking about that your camera caught on video being loaded into a wagon. I don't know that, but I can tell you that in and around that scene, it is still active. Not active in necessarily threats, but it's a very active scene. We're still investigating. This is still early on. We still have parties that are walking into hospitals.
Chief Graves, do you know anything about the suspects in terms of where they're from? Are they from Kansas City?
I do not know that, but that's something that I also will be finding out.
Two questions. We were hearing upwards of maybe 20 shots. Can you talk about the number that you heard while you were
I'm
here?
hearing 10 to 15, possibly 15, with the one that is deceased.
And do you know anything about the timing? It seems odd that it's waited to the very end of the rally.
I don't have anything about, I can't give you an answer on the timing. I can just say that that's when it occurred, and we are investigating what led up to that. Maybe once we get some of those details, we'll know why that happened at that time, but right now it's still too new.
Chief, was it just one incident or multiple incidents that injured multiple?
That is something that is under investigation.
Mayor Quinton Lucas, you talked about how you were on the ground and you yourself had to run for safety. I understand we're still waiting on a timeline and trying to understand what exactly happened. But we were having a Super Bowl parade, and this is what the country is talking about now. What is your message to this city at a time like this?
I second the comments about the chief of police. I'm heartbroken. First of all, I'm praying for the victims and the families impacted. I start with them. I'm incredibly upset, disappointed. I was there with my wife. I was there with my mother. We never would have thought that we, along with Chiefs players, along with fans, hundreds of thousands of people, would be forced to run for our safety today. I think that I'll let the investigation shake out before coming to any further conclusions, but I think the initial response absolutely is anger. You know, we have done a number of these now, and this is a day that a lot of people look forward to, something they remember for a lifetime. And what they shouldn't have to remember is the threat of gun violence, marring a day like this, injuring them and their families. This morning, I was actually thinking about bringing my child, as many people in Kansas City did. And I don't want us to have to, in our country, for every big event, think about a concern of being shot. As the chief noted, we had a lot of law enforcement officers there today. They did exceptional and outstanding work, and I will second that again. Because on your timeline point, I was inside of Union Station. We heard something. A number of us start running, and I see a stream of officers going the exact other direction, in with guns drawn, ready to address danger. And that was the situation throughout. People who responded absolutely immediately. But I wish that we lived in a world where they wouldn't have to do that. I wish we live in a world where we wouldn't have to see incidents like that. But I'm as heartbroken as anybody. We will do a full and thorough investigation. I hope that we bring whoever this is to justice, and we will continue to try to make sure that we can be as safe as possible. However, when you have people who decide to bring guns to events, when you have people who are deciding to try to mar events, celebratory ones like this one, all of us start to become members of this club that none of us want to be a part of, which is those who have experienced mass shootings. I hope for Kansas City, this is one of the last times we experienced that.
Were the players in any danger at any point?
What's that? Sorry, I'm going.
In danger at any point?
Was I in danger?
No, were any of the players, the Chiefs players?
You know what? I think we'll let the investigation take a look at that. The police department responded effectively, I think incredibly quickly, to make sure that people would be out of harm's way. That being said, a number of us had to flee from a situation because we heard a sound of gunshots. So I'll let you answer your own question in terms of whether you think that's something that puts you in danger or not. In my view, anytime shots are nearby, you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know who's firing them and all of that, then perhaps there is a situation of danger.
This is a question for fire.
Thank you guys.
Can I,
get back inside.
can I ask a fire question?
Of the 10 to 15 injured, as you say, are all of those gunshots? I want to know, and do you have a sense of how many, or are some of those also critical in injury?
We've covered that. We don't have that information.
I just have a fire question.
Hold on. 10 to 15 is what we have, potentially 15. One deceased. I don't have a condition on the other gunshot victims.
Those are all gunshots. Though.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
We don't know how many.
One fire question,
I do not.
because Chief Graves said there
We're
were
going to have a lot of updates later, guys. We got to go inside and gather this information. I appreciate it.
Where are the updates, Jake, later?
Well, just look on Twitter.
I just have one. I just have one. I just have one.
Sure. You
I
guys
just have.
updated on Twitter.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration. And because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased. But your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City. Thank you.
More than 2 actors.
We'll send you guys more updates on Twitter, okay? Follow the Twitter account and we'll put the updates that we have on Twitter. We'll update you guys if there's going to be more news releases, okay?
Officer Gonzalez, is the victim a male or female?
We don't know. We'll get you updated.
You don't know?
All right, reporter squeezing in one last question there. At this news conference, we've learned that 1 person is dead and between 10 to 15 are injured in this shooting that happened after the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade here. We have another live picture from one of the scenes that we're following, a much quieter scene now. What was a lively, fun morning turned into a very tragic afternoon. And so we want to go through a couple of the key takeaways here. But that final question at the end was regarding the 1 person killed, to which they asked police if it was a male or female. And
Okay, so JB sent a couple of clips from Twitter. Let me go find them. Hold on just a second. I got 50 billion tabs up. Hold on, I want to see what's going on here real quick.
On the air. And because of your headsets, because you were both wearing headsets, you weren't able to hear that first volley of gunfire, but obviously members of our staff and our security detail there did.
You know, and thankfully they did. You know, immediately when we turned around, we saw.
Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and then open them. I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing else that I needed to catch. So JB sent this one. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me rewind this. Woof. Oh. I can't tell which guy it is, but yeah, definitely bless those civilians. I mean, if truly that was one of the ones that was one of the shooters or whatever, you know? Oh my God. It'll make my head spin. Let's watch this a couple more times and see. I want to try to see if I can eyeball the guy that's being caught. I know, Margaret, right? Okay, let me hit play again. Okay, let me go back and find another one here. Hmm. Okay. Says this video captures the moment when gunfire erupts during the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Can't hear it. Oh, here we go. Mm. The audio quits again. You got people running. Wow. I don't know why there was audio and then there wasn't. Mm. Sad, sad, sad. Yeah. No audio on that one. Goodness. Hold on, I'm going to run back over to Twitter myself. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shoot. I thought I was Steph. Doggone it. I thought I was. Hold on, I'll play it again. But there was no audio at all. I mean, there was like an audio for a brief second, but then it was gone. Hold on. Let me bring it back up. I literally need like to, I wouldn't even know how to do it. You know how those people, how like people who stream have like 2 or 3 like monitors? That's what I need. I ain't smart enough to do this by myself. Oh God, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this is the one. Let me find it again. This is the one. Let me go back over here. This one. But yeah, there is absolutely zero. There's audio for like a brief second, and really all you hear is the right there. Now you'll hear the shooting, the gunfire here. And then the audio goes out again. I don't know why it does that, but you start seeing people like they hear that, and then you just start seeing people start scattering. But like I think a lot of people said that they thought it was fireworks at first, which I think I would have assumed as well, right? So scary. Very, very scary. Let me share this other screen.
Can't get to your car.
Correct.
All right. Well, we're glad that you're safe and that whatever took you away from being near that crime scene kept you safe.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. All right. So that's Laura, what's happening up here. There's only a handful of people left looking over the wall at Union Station. A moment ago, there was a mother here with her children, and I asked her where they were during the incident, and she said they were down there in the middle of it. She got a sense something was happening, and she just kind of got her children close to her and walked away. And even though she was back up here looking over the wall, she said her children don't know what happened. She didn't want them to know. She wanted them to remember this as a joyous occasion, celebrating Kansas City, celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs. Katie Horner, back down to you, Laura.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. Katie has really done some interviews that have been very heartfelt through all of this.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that. You mentioned how we saw children playing right in front of us, not knowing anything that was happening around us. And that was, I mean, it's, you know, we talked about how, in a way, that was kind of a blessing, where it's just because if everyone knew what was happening, it would have been chaos with so many people who were down here. But there are people who are still enjoying themselves. And then out of the corner of your eye, you're seeing police officers running to the danger and people fleeing away from the scene. And then we saw the other scene that was happening on the east side after we heard the other gunshots going off. And so, yeah, I mean, kids, you know, and their parents, your heart breaks for everyone involved, but just for the kids who, you know, hopefully have no idea what happened.
Hopefully they do not. They can just go home to bed and remember it as a Chiefs celebration of being world champions. And, you know, as Chief Graves mentioned, you know, the 2 people that are in custody, you know, she is not sure how many others may or may not end up in custody. We don't know how this started. and why it happened. Which, a lot of people are sitting at home, shaking their head, asking, why? And we don't have those answers right now at all.
No, and we saw 2 people in handcuffs being taken away. We're not sure exactly their involvement. Of course, that's part of the investigation that's happening right now. And we saw several ambulances, we saw several stretchers taking people away. And as you mentioned, Chief Graves, 10 to 15 people is the count. Conditions are not known. Of course, 1 fatality here at Union Station.
Yeah. Andy Alcock is at the Kansas City Zoo, and that's where a lot of people parked and took a shuttle. Andy, tell us what your situation is there and what people are talking about.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we're at the zoo and a lot of people heading home at this point. The parking lot is emptying out. Most of the folks that came through here we talked to did not see anything. Some people heard some gunshots, but there was an exception. We spoke to a mother and daughter a little bit earlier, Melissa Clarity and her 16-year-old daughter, Elizabeth, from Independence. When we talked to them, they were so traumatized. Both of them had tears streaming down their face. In fact, Elizabeth told us they were so close to the gunfire, she actually saw one of the victims go down. Here's what Melissa had to say a short time ago.
We were over on the left side of the stage and we were headed off to go up the hill towards the memorial to get out of there. And all of a sudden, everybody just starts running right at us. We were probably feet from it.
So you heard gunfire?
Yes.
Did you see people get shot?
I didn't see the people on the ground.
I saw
I turned and ran.
You saw somebody fall?
Didn't realize what happened until she told me.
I'm absolutely terrified right now. And honestly, I don't think I could handle going back to another parade for this. It's not worth my daughter's life.
I guess really being that close, I mean, you could, wrong place at the wrong time. I guess you feel like you could have been in the line of gunfire possibly, right?
Absolutely. If somebody hadn't ran into us and turned us around, we could have been next. Honestly, I am very thankful for our responders and our police. They were very, very quick to rush over there and get the rest of the crowd out of the way and to try to help those that had fallen.
And one of the things that has struck me here today, we've been here since this morning, is how many young families came out to this celebration today. I talked to a husband and wife that brought their 2 very young daughters, one 4 of them, one 3 from Atchison.
Oh, wow, you guys. Oh, my goodness. Let me get back into the chat here. Mike DeKill saying, there's nothing on the screen, Jenny. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. I know, Margaret, right? You don't ever want to, I know. Don't want to be in a crowd again. If any are juveniles, not much info will be released. Right. The yin to our yang. Chest compressions. Wow. That's so sad. I know, right, Kel? I can't. Ugh. I was looking on Twitter some more if I could just get through some of the junk. There's a lot of I'm trying to find get through some of these really bad ones, and I don't mean bad. I mean, I don't mean bad as in that kind of bad. I mean bad as in, I don't know. Because a lot of these accounts are, spammy, you know, and I don't want to share something that's not true, legit information. So, exit signs are a must, right, Kel? Let me share this here. Let me rewind it. This is scary, creepy. Oh. And I'm not sure if this is legit or not. Can anybody verify if this is the actual suspect? I don't know. Do not know. I'm afraid to scroll too much. Because I don't want to scroll into something that we don't want to see. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just don't know if that's one of them. And then this guy here that's in the yellow jersey, they're saying he's a suspect too, but I don't know if that's true or not. I'd like to find yeah, I know, right, JB? I know. All right, so here's what I'm going to do for a minute because I really need to take a break. Kiddos are needing something. Husband went for a haircut. And I got to let the doggo out, that kind of thing. I'm going to come back over here. We're going to chill out for a little bit. We're going to watch some more of the trial stuff. And then whenever I come back, I'll try to have my wits about me, and JB or QB or Morgana, if anybody wants to come back up, you're more than welcome to. Margaret had garlic. She's got to go brush her teeth. Okay, I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'm gonna run and do a few quick things while this is playing. If it happens to go into like a sidebar or a break or something like that, then I will be back when I'm back momentarily. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Levels of detail were present. I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is States Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous
if
impression.
two fingers come down at the same time, in this case, at a higher angle of contact, both impressions would be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, this I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found. So I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10, I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes, I
As
did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to States Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as States Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to State's Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. I'd turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at State's Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item. And it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye. So it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 128. What does State's Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 129. What does State's Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for this.
And who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
The left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is State's Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
I'm turning to State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way, actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is State's Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process State's Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with the super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-rich skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vents, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Yared Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
I'm back, guys. Okay, let's see what we have here.
You got a high degree of identifying. A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3?
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the and the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now is pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for ridge detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
And the reason, well, and again, you do this so that if there's evidence on this cooler, it can be found, whether
Yes.
serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay. So I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my ridge detail.
That's correct.
Okay. How about the handle? So same thing? It's metalish.
There may be a potential to find friction ridge detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction ridge detail that was deposited prior.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any ridge detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
And that was separate. It wasn't actually in your portion of the lab, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested. Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction ridge detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay. And was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Orlowitz, I just want to follow up on that last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed.
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see those white marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
It would be very difficult to see if any white marks were present on a textured surface.
No additional questions.
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you may sit down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention.
Okay, you guys, that that part is done. I have this over here. I'm gonna share this screen. It looks like there's an arrest, or I know there's an arrest, but I just mean there's a video of this. Let me make it bigger. Let me rewind it again.
Oh my God, shot, back up. Hey! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Get out of here!
Wow. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Crazy, right? Crazy, crazy. Well, yeah, I was just finishing up the oh, are they showing a suspect now? Let me go back then. Hold on a minute.
Right now, 12, 11 are children, 9 have gunshot wounds. Let me give
Oh
that to
my
you one more time.
God.
Children's Mercy treating 12 patients right now from what happened today. 11 are kids, 9 with gunshot wounds. 2
Oh,
News Chopper 9's Johnny Wallens over the
Jesus.
scene. Johnny?
Oh man, just when you think it can't get any worse, that is That is horrible. I mean, and what a tragedy this has been on so many levels. I want to set the scene for you here. This is going to be Union Station, that north lawn that not too long ago was packed with people. And as we zoom in here, you'll see the fountain out in front of Union Station, and right to the north of the fountain is where the stage is, and that's where all the activity was taking place on the celebration going on as well. It is if you've been to Union Station, and I'm sure most of you have been, it's the entrance, the main entrance to Union Station where this all took place. And you can see some barricades up there. We know that at one point they were performing CPR on at least one of the victims through there, and still some debris from the efforts to resuscitate those people left behind. A lot of investigators there too, police officers on the scene, trying to gather as much information and as much evidence as they can. I said, I mean, it is a nightmare on so many different levels, obviously, for the victims who were just down there today to celebrate with everybody else, and how great and almost euphoric it's been since the Chiefs won their second in a row, and that's why everybody was here. And of course, their families just devastated. You know that as well. And it's a nightmare for the Chiefs organization. And think of the players. They know that everybody was down here to see them, to celebrate with them, to honor them, and show their appreciation for the unbelievable season it was and the unbelievable win it was. And all that now is just completely washed away with the events that happened here. And it's a nightmare for the city too. I mean, we've never been shy at these rallies and the parades of talking about Kansas City is different. You talk about Los Angeles or other cities where they may have parades and they're turning cars over and burning them and looting stores. And we're always talking about Kansas City is just a different place. Well, unfortunately today proved that no city is immune to these tragedies. And that is not a designation I think that any of us ever thought we would hear as far as what transpired during the
and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement
personnel on hand, plus 250 other law enforcement agencies there. So you have lots and lots of law enforcement presence here. But in addition to that, you have the possibility of people being injured or people, finding themselves overcome by the heat, or people having small difficulties. So you need to have medical personnel there to be able to render assistance to people that might be injured just in the course of everyday life during an event like this. So they are also present there, available to respond. And by being there present, they're able to render assistance during that critical time that immediately after an injury occurs, that there's the golden hour that you have to be able to get there, render assistance, and get that person to a hospital, to a level 1 trauma center if possible, to be able to guarantee that they are going to be able to have every available assistance medical wise to be able to survive such an incident. And so those things are all important to have ready for any type of major planned event like this. But again, this is a planned event. So you have a plan in place, and you have contingency plans about if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do that. So they were planning for an event, but I'm sure that a mass shooting was not one of their major planned contingencies. But nonetheless, law enforcement, since happened, things that
this is times throughout about the quarters. We saw the mayor, the last one, and different police entities as well. And I do want to ask you just about information, because obviously they're posting this on social media, and we saw various posts from them about the incident, about making sure you clear the area at Union Square, that you remain calm as well. How integral is the communication to the public in a moment like this when they're also trying to gather information and figure things out? How pivotal is it?
So social media is very, very important in an event like this. You get out information, and you also request information from the public. having to a different.
We are choosing of today's parade and rally. And for City Chiefs, you have the Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes posting this, saying he's praying for Kansas City. And also we have a post from the Kansas City Chiefs. So let's put this one up. This is the first time I'm seeing this as well, Ken, as we're following here on Live Now from Fox, saying from the Chiefs, we are truly saddened by this senseless act that occurred outside of Union Station at the conclusion of today's parade and rally. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and all of Kansas City. We are in close communication with the mayor's office as well as the Kansas City Police Department. At this time, we confirmed that all our players, coaches, staff, and their families are safe and accounted for. We thank the local law enforcement officers and first responders who are on the scene to assist. So that's just coming in a little bit. The first time I have eyes on that statement as well from the Kansas City Chiefs. But of course, there are so many people that are trying to potentially get autographs, take pictures with guys like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, as well as Andy Reid, the cheerleaders, the mascot, as well as their security there to keep those players safe from maybe the outside fans, the fans that are just so excited to see them. How does that change the dynamic as well when you have maybe private security mixed in with different law enforcement to keep the Patrick Mahomes, the Travis Kelce safe, but also the larger group, the people safe as well? How does that change the dynamic?
So this is something that should have been just a happy day there, a celebration of the Kansas City Chiefs and their excellent win there in the Super Bowl. And so we don't know at this point if this incident, this shooting incident, was connected to anything at all to do with the Super Bowl, or if this is just some peripheral type event that happened there.
Let me run over there and grab it. I wanted to see what that statement was from the Kansas City Chiefs. I think this is the one you sent me, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't you remember who helped me up? Everyone just treated me like I was just a body. I just got walked all over. It's just my leg. My leg's definitely hurting. I'm only 90 pounds, so I have, people that are 150 just walking all over me. It's definitely very scary and it can hurt. I heard the pops and I heard everyone screaming shooter. And then, of course, like my dad definitely has a different story to it. For us, it's God. We definitely praise God for us being okay. We're from Destin, Florida, and that is about a 14-hour drive. And it definitely does frustrate us. I never understood how, because you always see it in the news, but you don't understand that it actually does happen. And it's sad. It's supposed to be a family event.
Again, just one of the many witnesses saying the same thing and reiterating the fact that I know Grace had said there were 9 children and minors being treated at Children's Mercy, many like her treated for injuries because they were stepped on or bumped or pushed aside or what have you, not necessarily shot in this, but we do know that several were indeed shot and again, one fatally.
Well, this is a tweet from KCTV5's Betsy Webster. These are updates from Betsy. She says, updates on Chiefs rally shooting victims from area hospitals, University Health, 8 gunshot victims, 3 of them critical. Children's Mercy, 9 gunshot victims, at least 8 of them kids. That's reporting from our Betsy Webster.
So the kids did have gunshot injuries, is what she's hearing. Okay.
Oh, Children's Mercy, 9 gunshot victims, at least 8 of them kids. So your heart sinks when you hear something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the numbers keep rising. Sadly, when we first came to you here at 2:00, we were hearing, a couple people hurt and we thought it would end there. And these numbers keep rising.
Just keep rising.
It is devastating news to report to you. We're going to stay on the air with you here as we continue to kind of, like I said, put this horrifying puzzle together and find the different pieces that help us make some sense of it. What we were hearing initially, what we continue to hear, it seems, from many of these witnesses, that started as an argument between 2 people. Apparently, both of them had guns. As a police chief called them 2 bad actors that made our victory play, if you will, a very tragic day.
Tragic indeed, no doubt about it. So we've had crews all over on the ground. We've been talking to so many people, talking to so many eyewitnesses, the mayor, the police chief, and everyone. You can just tell, trying to wrap their heads around this. I don't use the word shocking very often. I don't like that word because very few times are we literally shocked in this world. This is for those people who were there and for what this was planned and the joy and excitement that was going on. What a shocking development to have gunfire break out, and not just a shot or two, but multiple shots
In rapid fire.
That did end up hitting multiple people. One person has died. Their family will be planning a funeral. All of the first responders who were there, now unpacking what happened in the midst of trying to investigate what happened, and then trying to figure out how to go forward in that investigation. Haven't even really got to the chiefs and their families and the dignitaries that were there, who they were mere yards away from where this happened. I mean, so much to unpack here, and none of it is fun. The parade was fun. The rally was fun. Everything afterwards has been utter chaos, and now it's turned to heartbreak and sorrow.
Yeah, it's a dark cloud over what was to be a fabulous victory for our city and for our favorite team. Let's hear now from some more eyewitnesses that we've been talking to throughout the now evening hours to get their perspective.
We were standing on a wall, like to the east side of Union Station, the front of it, and there towards the end of things, I heard something. I couldn't tell if it was fireworks or what, a bunch of pops in succession, and saw a lot of people running, but it was on the opposite side of things, so we couldn't really tell what was going on. And then as we were leaving, there was times that the crowd behind us was running, and we saw cops running back the other direction, but we couldn't really tell what was going on.
We're hearing very similar stories from so many of these witnesses. The sound,
the confusion,
and the utter terror that's just set in after this rally there at Union Station this afternoon makes you fear that if we have, victories to celebrate like this in this city, like we have gotten to do so many times, luckily, that this is going to have to change the way things are done. Do we have to limit the amount of celebrating we do in large masses like this?
Yeah, well, officials will be going over all safety protocols and what's happened in the past, and how do we defend against that, and how do you keep people safe? Because that's ultimately what they're there for. They're there to keep the chiefs safe, and then they're there to keep the people in the crowd safe. And it had all gone great up until it didn't. Our Mark Palos is there on scene in front of Union Station. Mark?
It is certainly a somber scene out here.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey guys, yeah, it is certainly a somber scene out here in front of Union Station. I'm going to quickly take a step out of frame so you can certainly see what it looks like right now. Now, right in front of us is a red flag. I was talking to a man who said he got here at 5 p.m. yesterday. He said he was the very first person here. He says everything was going normal until the end of the parade when things really started to go crazy. Now, our vantage point is right here in front of the Westin Crown Center, where a lot of people were staying for this event if they're coming from out of town. I spoke to a father who came here with his wife and kids from Wichita, and he described the absolute fear that hit his heart as he was here with his family, with young children, for a family event, for a Super Bowl parade to celebrate a third Super Bowl title here in the last 5 years, and how he had to tell his kids to run and hide behind this Westin Crown Center sign so he would have some cover from a potential shooter. Just a lot of people out here are shocked that something like this happened on a day like this in Kansas City, where the sun is out, there's not a cloud in the sky. We're celebrating a championship here in our beloved city. I also saw a father here who was reunited with a young teenage son, both the older father and the son completely in tears due to the emotion of today. A lot of people down here just left wondering how this could happen, why this could happen. And a lot of people here also have a fear that the national perspective of Kansas City is certainly going to shift. This has been a time where we've really been patting ourselves on the back. It's been a banner year, 2023 in Kansas City, with the Chiefs, with all this other stuff. But here, the lasting memory a lot of people have told me that there will have of this parade is the shooting. I asked, are you going to remember the good, the bad, the good and the bad? And pretty much unequivocally, the answer we get is that they will remember the bad. Now, they do want people to know that this is not what Kansas City is all about, but this is certainly something that we are dealing with at the moment. I know a lot of people have said right now that this is not Kansas City, but we've also talked to some people today that have said that this is Kansas City, because we are coming off the year, the deadliest year on record in Kansas City. So a lot of people saying, while this is something maybe unexpected, a lot of people are saying this is something maybe we should have expected here in Kansas City, considering the year that we have just come off of. But again, a very somber scene out here. A lot of people still wondering how this could happen in Kansas City. But we're going to continue to gather more here from the scene and talk to some people about what they witnessed today. But for now, reporting live outside of Union Station, Mark Paulos, KCTV5 News.
Mark, thank you so much. You see so much debris around there. You wonder how much of that is the normal after parade cleanup process, you know, and how much of it is just people dropping their stuff and running.
They dropped and ran. It sounds like
belongings are everywhere. It looks like
a lot of equipment, baby strollers, all bags, all kinds of things. All right, it is 5 o'clock right now. We want to quickly kind of recap today's events, if we can. This day started so glorious. The Chiefs parade started. Our weather was great. It looked like we were about to have what was possibly maybe a record crowd. Everything was going fantastic. The Chiefs did their parade. They took the stage. They were celebrating. We love listening to Travis Kelce and Patrick. They were having a fantastic time. And so were all the fans, not only at the celebration, but the fans who were watching on KCTV5.
Then is when we heard the shots fired, or at least that's what we're hearing. Shots fired just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. People began to run away from the scene as police began basically to run towards the sounds of that gunfire to try to stop these alleged shooter or shooters.
Yeah, police tell us that they have taken 2 armed gunmen in custody earlier today. Sadly, one person is dead. At least up to 15 to 18 are now. That number continues to fluctuate, but as many as 18 now. That might go up past the 14 that you see on your screen. They were taken to multiple hospitals, including Children's Mercy. We don't know the ages of the victims. At a news conference earlier today, Police Chief Stacey Graves denounced the shooting.
I just have one thing to say. This is not Kansas City. I'm angered by what happened, but I want you to know that the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department and all the law enforcement officers that were there today, that were serving and protecting, did the best that they could, and I'm so proud of them that they ran into danger, getting 2 people into custody, and at the same time rendering life-sustaining aid to those victims. We were here for a safe celebration, and because of 2 bad actors or more, it is why we're standing here today. We will recover as a city. My heart goes out to our victim who is deceased, but your police department stands ready, and we are invested in the safety and betterment of Kansas City.
Now, that was the police chief of Kansas City, Missouri, speaking at the very first press conference that they held after this happened. We're actually waiting now to hear from her once again with further updates, also hoping to hear from the mayor a little more shortly as well, if he is going to join her again. He just as heartbroken as she is, clearly, that this puts such a mark on our city. Patrick Mahomes, you were talking about him, just one of the many players posting on Twitter, on Facebook this afternoon. Patrick saying, praying for Kansas City with 3 prayers.
And as I kind of filter through social media posts and try to get a feel for what people are focusing on, it's now that we're finding out that there are so many kids involved. You can just tell on social media that that's what's kicking people in the gut right now. That of all the people, look, clearly one person hurt is terrible. One person is dead, and several kids are in hospitals right now.
Shooting victims.
We don't know their conditions. We hope for the best for these kids who are all probably wearing Chiefs gear, who went to the parade with their mom and dad. And here they
We're
are
just
now.
about to head home.
We're just about to head home. And what would have been a fabulously memorable day and a day they'll never forget. Well, now they'll never forget for another reason, sadly. All right, our crews have been out gathering, talking with people since this happened. Here's more of what we heard.
We were sitting at a table at the Crown Center bar, and the ladies in front of us all of a sudden turned around and started pointing. We turned around, and everybody out in that courtyard in front of the bar they were flying everywhere. And then people around us were diving to the ground, so we started running down a hallway, and there were a bunch of kids, and my sister and I were running, telling them, get down, get down. It's scary. Scary. I mean, just scary. This doesn't happen in Kansas City, you know?
Obviously, you guys were trying to look out for other people. Were there kids there, and kind of what was your reaction from them?
Well, there are lots of kids and their parents, and you just kind of, I don't know. I think you realize if you don't know what to do, you think you should be prepared all the time, and all of a sudden you realize you're just probably doing stupid stuff and just trying to just run. Just run. It's so stupid.
Right.
The whole thing is so stupid because you just don't know what you should never have to prepare for this. I feel sorry for the people that were all outside. I feel like we made really good decisions to end up in the bar and not down in the crowd. But yeah.
Have they said everything? I can ask you a different question. Okay, so obviously this is supposed to be a parade, it's supposed to be everything, and this is kind of like worst case scenario. I mean, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was really sad. And what was sad is, we've seen these kids that came in, and they came flying in. All these young kids came flying in, and they didn't have any adult supervision, and so they all came in and were really scared, and they were all sitting there at the booth, and I went over and I asked them, I said, you guys all okay? And, I said, have you all called your parents and told them that you were all okay? And they said, yeah, we did that. And I said, okay. Because, it was very scary. Everybody was down on the ground, and then we got up and tried to refocus, it was awful.
Oh, those poor kids. And keep in mind, many Kansas City area school districts made that decision to let school out for the day today. Not all, but most. And so there were many, many children there for that rally today, the parade and the rally both.
Yeah, Neil Jones has talked about, he was 35 feet away from where the shooting happened, and he used two words, sheer terror. And then you hear from those eyewitnesses, when you hear about the kids who heard and saw what was going on, they go off running. They're in a panic. It's what a frightening day. Speaking of Neil Jones, Neil is still on the scene. Neil, you've been reporting all afternoon. Let's go back to you again.
It happened a little more than 3 hours ago, right down there on that intersection at Pershing and Kessler. It was just maybe 150 yards away from the stage where Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had just received their trophy and been in front of the crowd. Photographer Greg Malone and I were moving into the intersection to interview some fans to talk about what a wonderful night it was. Instead, we heard what we now know is shots. This is the video that Greg Malone shot at that moment. We didn't know if it was firecrackers, but the crowd's reaction told us this is more than fireworks. They were terrified. Youngsters, parents with their older parents, with children, trying to find a way away from whatever was going down. Then as we got into the intersection, we saw at least 2 victims on the ground. Greg Malone, our photographer, said that there were 2 different people that they treated with CPR right there on the ground in the moments after the shooting. Meanwhile, law enforcement were coming in from every direction to determine who had done the shooting and to get them on the ground. They apprehended a man. Another person who was down there, but not in uniform, said he's one of the suspects. It took a couple of officers to subdue him. They took him into an area and treated him for possible wounds, and then carted him off in handcuffs, it looked like to me, but it's certainly his hands behind his back, and he was subdued. Whether he's a suspect or not, we don't know. Then they began to treat people on the ground. They took one person away instantly, almost instantly, because of the severity of their injuries, on a cart, and took them to an ambulance that was off to the side a bit. At this time, people are still coming into the area. They've known something has happened, but they were on the other side of Union Station. They didn't know exactly what it was. And when they found out, they began to run. So for a period of about 15 minutes, it was a very fluid situation with a lot of fear. Nobody knew if the gunman or multiple gunmen were on the loose. All they could do was try to get their family to safety and get their children out of that situation. All in all, just a horrible end to what had been a glorious day here in Kansas City.
Yeah, should have been, and it was up until that moment. Neil, thank you for your reporting this afternoon. It has been,
Well, he was speaking about, he was an eyewitness, more than a
truly.
reporter. He was right there in the middle of it. He and photographer Greg Malota, we're glad they're okay. Our hearts are broken. For those who are in the hospital right now, I continue to follow on social media, and I'm hearing from people who are now saying, I have family members in the hospital. So Chiefs Kingdom coming together in grief now that this triumphant day has turned into tragedy. And, everyone's asking why, and we're looking for answers, and there are no answers right now. All we can do is listen to the police authorities and try to ascertain, what happened through their investigation. Although it is still very, very, very early, we are waiting for another news conference with the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department. It was supposed to happen at 5 o'clock. It's 5:10 right now. These things are very fluid, so we'll continue to stay with you here on KCTV5 to cover every single angle of what has been such a tumultuous day in downtown Kansas City on what should have been a shining day. Instead, it is now overshadowed by sadness.
Yeah, senseless is the best word you've used so far. Absolutely senseless. And the best thing we can do for you at home is to talk to as many of you who were there to help us try to explain what exactly happened today to end the day so badly. So let's hear from some more eyewitnesses.
We're traveling from Wichita, Kansas today, so about two and a half hour hike down the road, come up to celebrate for the big game, brought the family with us, and we have friends in town. So we had about 10, 15 of us on the lawn up here, wives and children, and, all the kids running around. And about the time you hear shooting anywhere when you're with family, your first instinct as a parent or anybody is, protect those around you. So we started grabbing the kids and running for cover at that point, along with everybody else in the crowd, plus the big rush of the crowd moving backwards. I mean, there was a good chunk of people down here today. So just getting out.
So I saw that there was supposed to be another press or another report from the Kansas City Police Department, but I haven't seen it yet. I thought that they said it was supposed to have been, I'm not sure what time. And then sadly, it looks like there was also a shooting at what was the name of it? Benjamin E. Mays High School in Atlanta, Georgia, a while ago. It said 4 students were shot and a woman has been detained. What is wrong with this world today? I know, Steph, right? Jolie, honey, stop jumping on the bed before you crack your little head. Yeah, let me see here. I've got this. Let me share this tab here. A woman detained. Wow. Let's look and see. There's a
APD has at least one person detained in connection. Live here, I'm Candace McCowan for Channel 2 Action News.
Candace, you're so right. It must be absolutely terrifying for those parents waiting to see their own children again. And there's a lot to untangle. We're talking about the teenagers being injured, and now police saying a woman is in custody. I know you'll continue to follow it. Candace, thank you.
A former police officer is suing, claiming an officer used.
Is that a video? I need a video. Oh, wait, what's this? Nope, that's not it.
Story in DeKalb County.
Nope, that's not it. Let me go back. Jolie's having the time of her life back here jumping on this bed. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. Definitely eating feelings today, right? I know. This, let me see if I can find that other one. I have to go back into my Instagram and grab it. Jolie. Okay, I'll share this. This one here. I think this is air sky footage of crime scene tape up in the parking lot, it says. Shots were fired from an unknown vehicle, striking multiple students who were in the lower campus parking lot. Crime scene tape is up in the parking lot. 4 people have been confirmed to have been shot and were transported to the hospital to their injuries. According to the school district, no other students, faculty, or staff injured. So it must have been one of these vehicles, you think, that fired shots? Potentially. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Okay. Jolie, honey, stop. Okay, she said, okay. Thank you. The presser. Okay. Let me rewind it. Turn the volume up.
It is a busy news day. Now live at 5 gunmen at Benjamin E. Mays High School in Southwest Atlanta.
Anchor Savannah Louie is at the First Alert breaking news desk. Savannah, what have you learned?
Alan, Tracy, we're working to get the latest information here, but what we can tell you right now, Benjamin E. Mays High School on the west side of Atlanta now on lockdown after reports of shots fired. Now, we're taking a live look at the scene here. You can see a number of officers along with yellow tape blocking off a huge portion of that parking lot. Within the last 30 minutes here, that call came in. We saw a fire truck on scene as well here. As for the people involved, we're working to learn about any possible victims, how many victims there could have been. Authorities have not yet released any of that information, but again, we are hearing reports of shots fired at Benjamin E. Mays.
We'll continue to give you updated information. At this point, we've talked to our federal partners. We have also talked to the Kansas City Chiefs. We will be talking to the National Football League and others, more so just to hear that all are safe who are with those institutions, and we continue to hope that all of those who are impacted are safe. To the extent you have information about suspects or others, we do encourage you to call the police. However, if for whatever other reasons you have information about the incident, we will be looking to share that through different methods. So if you have information about the incident, suspects and others, please call the police. If you're looking for other information, we'll try to continue to give you regular updates. I'll say this final thing and then we'll come back for questions at the end. Today was tragic for everyone who was part of it. I had the chance to talk to my wife just a moment ago, who said we became part of a statistic of too many Americans, those who have experienced or been part of or connected to a mass shooting. That is something that I hope we all recognize is highly problematic for all of us. I continue to commend our police officers, our firefighters, and others who were there to respond instantly. But we also need to figure out a way to make sure that things like this stop happening in our country. With that, I turn it over to the Chief of Police, Stacey Graves.
Thank you. I just want to echo the mayor's thoughts and his prayers, and also to acknowledge that not only the victims who were actually hit by gunfire, but there are a lot more people who are going to be forever impacted by what happened here today. As people were running, a lot of us law enforcement who are running towards the danger also guided those who were in fear of their lives, and that's something to be said of how impactful today's event truly was. Again, we have confirmed there is one deceased person. Our gunshot wound total has went up to 22, and Chief Grandison will provide a little bit more context to that. Right now, we're still working on a total of number of victims. This is still an active investigation. I do want to comment on the question that I got earlier about a video of some fans tackling someone. We do have 3 persons detained and under investigation for today's incident. We are working to determine if one of the 3 are the one that was in that video where fans assisted police. Our investigators are working with all of the surviving victims to connect them with loved ones. We are also working to identify our deceased victim so we can notify their family as soon as possible. We are also in the process of staffing a centralized phone number. The centralized phone number will be for those who are victims, witnesses, and if anyone has video or any information about what led up to what happened here today. Again, we are continuously receiving information minute by minute, which is a part of the delay of us coming down here. But I do want to pass this on to Chief Grandison to give a little bit more context to some of the status of our victims.
Just want to say that all of KCFD's thoughts and prayers are with those families that were affected by this tragedy today. And while we were not expecting it, we were ready and prepared for an event such like this. Our KCFD units, along with our mutual aid partners that were working to assist us at this event, touched a total of 22 gunshot victims. One of those was a fatality. We had 8 what we considered immediately life-threatening patients. We had 7 with life-threatening injuries, and we had 6 that had minor injuries. Of the most serious, the immediately life-threatening injuries. We had 8 of those. Those were all transported and off the scene and out to hospitals within 10 minutes. So we felt the response was certainly adequate and appropriate, and I commend all our staff working there today, along with PD, that did an excellent job under difficult circumstances. We transported 3 different hospitals. We transported Children's Mercy, Truman Medical, and also St. Luke's on the Plaza.
Questions? Yeah, so we're getting, who are you asking? Anyone that can answer the question. So we've heard people talk about gunshots that they've heard near the west side of Union Station, and then also gunfire and situations that happen near the fountain and the stoplight over there near the intersection of Pershing. Was there 2 separate scenes? Was it one big scene? Do you know the answer to that question?
That is still an active scene. We that is a large ground to cover, as you know, the size of the Union Station. I will tell you, we have located that crime scene on the west side of Union Station. As far as in the front of, that is still under investigation. We have crime scene investigators as well as the detectives. We had a lot of our assault squad detectives and our homicide detectives that were actually in uniform today working the assignment. So not only did you have uniform presence immediately responding to the scene, rendering aid, going towards danger, but you also had detectives that were immediately on the scene that are still there and actively working.
Are you investigating any sort of connection with the earlier shooting of the day at 27th and McKean?
We are, at this time, we don't know if that's connected, but that is something that we are looking at.
Children's Mercy says that they want parents to contact them if they don't know where their children are. Do you know that there may be, are there kids there who appearance?
I can tell you we have detectives at all of the local hospitals that are investigating, like I said earlier, trying to connect our victims to their loved ones. Should that be the case and it's a child, someone can either contact police, or if that is what Children's Mercy is requesting, of course they can contact them as well. Right now we do not have a motive, but we are asking those who may potentially have any kind of information, a witness or video, to contact police. That's one of that, what I talked about, that phone number that we're setting up that's going to be centralized for victims, witnesses, and potential video evidence.
Any age range on the person?
I do not have that yet. I have not been able to confirm another death.
You mentioned that there were some victims taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. I understood from staff at Children's Mercy Hospital that they received, they have 9 shooting victims, and it's possible that one of them was an adult. Do you know how many children were shot, if it was 8 or 9, and when we're talking children, are we talking about little ones or 17-year-olds?
Children's accepts patients up to 17. Children's accepts patients up to 17 years old, and but we do not have that information currently on the exact ages of the patients that were transported. Yeah, I mean, Children's confirming we did transport to Children's Mercy, but we do not have the ages of those patients.
Mayor, how scared? You had over 800 officers deployed to work this parade, to work outside of Union Station, and still in a matter of moments, 22 people were shot. I mean, that's what happens with guns. I won't get in a big debate right now. I think we're still doing an investigation, but I mean, what you saw happen was why people talk about guns a lot. We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station today. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. And I think that's something that all of us who are parents, who are just regular people living each day, have to decide what we wish to do about it. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe. And we had hundreds of law enforcement there working hard today. And I do want to echo what the chief said. We were running towards danger. But in a matter of seconds, someone who wants to disrupt anything, someone who wants to create any type of situation, or someone who is very simply reckless, can change not just one life or 2 lives, but almost 24. And that to me is absolutely devastating. And it makes me feel vastly more concerned as a parent just in the world today thinking about that.
Chief Graves, can you tell us more about how you were able to detain those two?
I'll get you in just a second.
Clearly caused so much harm.
What was the question?
Can you tell us more about how you were able to take those two suspects into custody?
Officers, uniformed officers were on scene. I don't have all the information of exactly what they witnessed, but there was a pursuit, apprehension, slight injuries by our officers taking someone into custody. But as far as you're directly answering your question, I don't have that information right now.
Chief Graves, you have two gunmen. If you were talking about weapons earlier, can you tell me how many and what type of weapons?
I don't have the exact on the weapons, but we have recovered firearms. I don't have a number for you or a caliber. We have recovered firearms, at least one.
Chief Graves, you have two gunmen in custody. Do you believe there are any others still unaccounted for?
We have 3 people that we have detained, and that is what we are asking for. Is if anyone has any information, is a witness or has any kind of video that may provide us if there is anybody else that was involved in this.
Does it help to the community explain?
No, at this time, the scene has been cleared. It's being held, and when I say cleared, I say the scene has been made safe, and it's been cleared. Right now, we are in the investigative portion of that, collecting evidence, whether that be digital evidence or physical evidence. That is what we are doing right now, and we're also conducting interviews. Obviously, we have several victims that we need to have a conversation with, to ask questions, also witnesses. So there's a lot of work ahead in this. This is just the beginning stages, but we're moving as fast as we can.
Can you explain that there was like a 5 minutes between the first shots and the second?
All of that has not been determined just yet. The number of shots, the time in between them, the motive, all of that is still actively being investigated.
We don't know if there were 2 separate scenes. We don't know the answer to that at this point.
I cannot confirm that yet.
And just, did I miss this? Was this inside or outside Union Station?
This was all outside Union Station. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Might have just been somebody who was helping. I just want to make sure I got my math.
You're listening in here to the latest update we are getting from Mayor Quentin Lucas and police chief, as well as the fire captain, talking about the latest on this. Tragically, we're getting some more information here now. Not just 2, but 3 people, we understand, were taken into custody, and the victim count has gone up as well. The gunshot victims now add up to 22, with 1 dead among them, but 22 hurt in the shooting in front of the Chiefs' victory rally today.
Yeah, they also have recovered a gun. They say, Chief Graves said that they've also, the scene's not necessarily cleared, but it is cleared that it is considered to be a safe scene. They're continuing to look for bullet casings and continue to do their full-scale investigation of what you normally have to do when anytime that there's a shooting investigation that takes place. It is a long and arduous investigation that happens. Never mind that there were thousands of people at this crime scene. So that only makes things more complicated and more tricky for investigators to look into. But clearly, the big news out of that, 2 things, that there are now 22 shooting victims, 1 dead, but that there is now a 3rd person in custody. Right before this news conference, we'd all been under the impression that there had been 2 people taken into custody. So now there is a 3rd person that's in custody. So that just more information that is coming out. We're beginning to learn more and more about this.
We're also hearing from Mayor Quentin Lucas about his thoughts on the day, but we're also hearing from University Health here. Let's listen into this.
Oh, wait, hold on. So sorry.
I'm Charlie Shields. I'm the president and CEO of University Health. Obviously, a very challenging day for the city, very traumatic, not only for the city, but also for our staff. So we are a level 1 trauma center. This is what we train for. We implemented our mass casualty protocols. We saw 8 shooting victims in the hospital as a result of that. But we also had a significant number of staff that were on the scene. We were manning the aid stations. So they were able to render aid very quickly to the patients that were injured on the scene. So Mark Steele is our Executive Chief Clinical Officer. He can answer any questions, talk about the condition of the patients that we saw and what's going on there. So Dr. Steele?
Yes, so as Charlie said, we actually had a total of 12 patients, 8 that were gunshot victims. Otherwise, the other 4 had other sorts of problems. And 2 of the people who were shot are in critical condition. The others are all in stable condition.
I just want to make sure I heard the numbers correctly. So 8 gunshot victims or
8 gunshot victims in total who came here.
Those 8 gunshot victims, are they over the age of 18?
I don't know their exact ages.
Can you tell us anything about them?
I mean, all I can tell you is that 6 are stable and the other 2 are in critical condition.
We saw some of your staff running into the hospital here, and we also saw some of your staff that were stationed here waiting to accept people that coming in here. What type of protocol do you train for and then had to activate?
Yeah, now, as a level 1 trauma center, we train for this kind of thing. We obviously hope that it never happens, but we were actually very well prepared. We had enough notice that we were going to get some patients. We didn't know exactly how many. Fortunately, being during the day, we had a lot of professionals, a lot of physicians on here present. And so very quickly, we discontinued starting any new surgical cases so that those surgeons and anesthesiologists would be available for any patients who had to go to the operating room. We called in some additional people early to come here to help out, additional emergency physicians, and some other surgeons came from home. Sorry, I can't hear you.
We have reports from the family that Elisa Galvan Lopez, died recently in the hospital. Are you able to confirm that?
We didn't have anyone die at the hospital here.
What are your takeaways from today? Obviously, a wonderful day here that's turned into a tragedy.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it's a big tragedy, such a big celebration, everybody having a lot of fun, and it's wrapping up, and people are going to head home, and all of a sudden this happens. So, and as Charlie said, it's very traumatic. It's traumatic for anybody who was there in the area, not only our staff, but all the people who were around and saw this. And so it's really very unfortunate.
One more question. When you say critical condition, can you explain that to our viewers, give them a scope of what that means?
Well, that means they're very, very sick. And certainly we hope that they're going to survive. But when somebody's in critical condition, certainly things could turn south. But we hope that doesn't happen with these 2 individuals.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard from multiple people. We'll definitely keep our eyes peeled. But as for right now, I need to jump off here, eat some dinner, get some stuff done. So things kind of went sideways on us, but we finished the trial out with the evidence and the forensics and stuff like that from today. So thank you guys for spending the vast majority of your day with us over here. Yep, 8 of those, 22 were life-threatening injuries. Wow. Hopefully we'll be continue to be updated throughout this evening anyway. Yep. I love you too, Steph. Take care of your families and yourselves tonight. Absolutely. I love you guys. Please make sure to hit the thumbs up button before you leave. Subscribe if you're new, and use the hashtag replay in the chat below for those of you that are catching this on the replay. So, hey, wait, says Abigail. Hey, wait. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for, Miss Abigail? Abigail says, hey, wait. What are we waiting for? Baby. Guess what? Allegedly, there was another one. Another one what? Oh, my Lord. Another one in New York. I can't. All right. Yep, 4, including the mall in Florida. No good, no good, no good. You guys, no good. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. But I will be back at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time in the AM for true crime. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you later. Bye.